Hey, we're live. How is everybody doing? And that's a good view there. Definitely. We'll straighten it up. That's okay. So welcome on in, guys. We're YouTube live, and put my hair down a bit. Sometimes I comb it back too, and sometimes I tie it back. The headband, and draped over my headbands. You probably noticed that. And so welcome on in, guys. Kind of finally got the way I like it. Definitely. Compared to if it is, I like a good kind of good drinking show. Definitely. That kind of stuff like that too. So then yeah, that's the only time I don't mind it being all over the place. Definitely. Most of the time I do have it nicely combed out, that kind of stuff like that. So I keep it well combed, that kind of stuff like that. So definitely. So welcome on in, guys. And I've got just almost getting ready to get the chess game, getting the Dark Continent Hunters Cabin chess game started. Definitely. Probably I'm running late with that. I said this weekend. It'll probably be this week, but that kind of stuff like that too. So there's only so many hours in the day, so it doesn't help when I sleep until 4 in the afternoon. I got to start getting up early, getting the routine, start getting up earlier so I can get a lot of social media time in more and that kind of stuff like that. So I've got time to actually go all the different platforms. With going live on TikTok, I have to keep resetting everything. Definitely have to re-registering stuff. I'm getting sick of that. And definitely, but that's okay. There's TikTok for you. But at least with these other platforms like Bigo and YouTube, no, I do not have to keep doing that. The kind of thing, I just go, kind of just be able to click on live when I need to, and go live. And so I think because of the complications that TikTok is having, definitely, I've got to keep resetting my iPod phone thing, definitely. So again, that's just probably just going to be kind of what you call 60-second videos, more or less, when I can go live, whenever it allows me to, that kind of stuff like that. Far as the Haunted Hunters Cabin, Dark Haunted Hunters Cabin chess games and that kind of stuff like that, guys, I think we're going to do it all here on YouTube, definitely. And it'll be it's good because it's way more than 60 seconds. And then I don't have technical difficulties like I'm having on TikTok. I can just get into my live stream on Bigo with no problem. I can just get into YouTube with no problem. Definitely. We just have to be kind of careful on how much music audio we use and what we use on YouTube and that kind of stuff like that. So kind of have to work out how to change the setup, definitely, for everything. Maybe, who knows? Maybe I'll remember. I will brainstorm. Yes, I will brainstorm on how to do those more of those magical illusions for you guys, definitely. Especially when we get into October, definitely. So because a lot of people are loving that, that kind of stuff like that. So, but yeah, welcome on in, guys. Just having myself a coffee. decaf coffee, actually, with a little bit of hot chocolate powder. And coffee with a little bit of creamer, sometimes a little bit of sugar. Found my sunshades, by the way, guys. These pair, anyways. They were sitting over across the room, and I didn't see. I forgot where I put them. And these ones are cool because these ones I can just flip out. See, cool, definitely. And I can flip them back down, just like I said, of sun visors, definitely. Congratulations to the ones who are deciding to go YouTube more. Definitely, the way TikTok's been acting up and that kind of stuff like that. Good choice on that. You get to do your talents more than just 60 seconds. And you always have a live stream you can log into. Definitely. Usually Bigo and Clapper. And, for some reason, Bigo and Clapper and YouTube are basically the strongest. And Instagram and Skype and Twitch. I don't know about Twitter. Are usually the strongest platforms, definitely, for going live. And you don't have to earn your way to go live. You can go live whenever you want to go live. That's a good thing about it. You don't have to worry about earning your way to go live like you have to do on TikTok, or you have to worry about, falsely being banned and that kind of stuff like that for no reason, or because YouTube's not like TikTok. They're not going to just kick you off for little Mickey Mouse things you're not doing. That kind of stuff like that. So. I know it has its share of technical difficulties, but not as bad. I don't think anybody's ever been falsely kicked off of YouTube. Not that I ever know about Bigo. Usually, if somebody's been kicked off of Bigo or YouTube, they've went after the right people that actually did something that they weren't supposed to do. There, I guess Bigo again, like I said, Bigo's security is a lot stronger, and that kind of stuff. So they've kind of watched before they kick. So, and they sit back, they actually monitor and watch the screens before they start kicking people off. They only kick people off unless they have a reason to kick people off, and usually the people that get kicked off are the people that actually did something in their live video. Definitely against the regulations, actually, where it's physically seen, and that. But other than that, YouTube don't kick anybody off. I've never ever had a problem with YouTube ever. I've been on. I've been on YouTube a lot longer than I have been TikTok. And generally, I've been on Bigo and YouTube and Facebook the longest, definitely. Going back to like day one, definitely. Then I came across TikTok in 2015, just after 2014. So just a year after TikTok actually started. So I've been on TikTok since 2015 up to now, definitely. So like I said, in these times, it's surprising that TikTok's kind of in and out the way it is. All of a sudden, it's getting too communist. It's getting very. I guess the people that own TikTok are getting too hateful towards us. And this, my saying, is they ain't doing anything wrong. And the people that are actually violating are staying up. Some of them are. Their lives are going with no problems. But us people that have not done anything ever wrong, never violated nothing, falsely got punished. Let's put it that way. Suspensions after suspensions. It's crazy. Now, just be careful because they only do that so many times And then after so many times doing that, yes, TikTok will automatically cancel you right out, to the point you don't have an account, and it'll get to the point you can only appeal it so many times, and then they'll deny you from appealing. Um, then they'll totally adios you right out the door, right out the door. Um, Definitely. That's how they work. So the guys know I'm a type of person. I don't ever report anybody unless I really have to, unless there is a situation that is really in need of reporting. Other than that, I don't bother. I am not a type of person who's going to report people. Definitely, guys, don't ever have to worry about that. I tell you, like I've been falsely kicked off there several times. Ever since the takeover, the sellover happened. Beagle was fine. Not Beagle. Sorry, TikTok was fine. Beagle's always fine. Never had a problem with Beagle. Um, TikTok. Ever since it was sold over to Oracle, that's when all the problems started. After 2016, and mainly more so after last summer. Um, Indefinitely. Um, but before then, when China owned everything, it was awesome, totally awesome. You could make as many videos as you wanted. You could go as live as much as you wanted. Uh, you know, uh, there was never a problem, ever a problem, until they sold over, until they changed hands. Now the other apps have changed hands too, but they've changed over always to the right hands. They were very cautious on who they were handing over to. Like I know, like Beagle used to be owned by Belgium, and it was bought by a company in Singapore. Definitely, that's somewhere in Europe. I'm not sure where that is. Definitely, again, the worldwide apps. The internet stretches all the way out across the world. Definitely, um, it goes all over the place. That kind of stuff like that. But you can always use your talents on Bigo, just as you can on TikTok. If you figure TikTok's no longer working for you guys, there is other platforms you can go on. You can look up and go on if you like. If you're on Clapper or here on YouTube, you can bring your talents this way. Or talents are talents. Everything you enjoyed on there. If you got the music at home or whatever like that, um, a good selection of music. You got like Alexa narrator, that automatically plays your music for you. Or that's all you need, Karina. Like I have, or a narrator, or if you have like even music video sites or whatever, or CDs even. You can enjoy yourself just the same as you do on TikTok on any platform, and you can do it more than 60 seconds, and you can probably get the whole song in or a bunch more songs in. You could get a whole album in there, definitely. If you're real live talented musician, your talents are welcome on any platform and social media, and definitely you can you can still do your talents with or without TikTok. Definitely. Anywhere you go, basically. It's almost like just think back to your high school air band days. Definitely. Or if you got real talent in playing instruments, hey, jump on YouTube or some other platform. Uh, you know, if you figure it works out for you, that kind of stuff like that. TikTok's not working for you, that kind of stuff like that. Um, if it's just going to keep going downhill, whatever, take your talents to another platform. That's what most people do, and that kind of, and they still have just as fun. You can take it again if you're talented in cosplay theater. Uh, you know, you can airband, mouth flip the scripts, or you can write your own scripts. Do your own cosplay theater. Write your own cosplay theater. They're always the best. That's where the real live talent comes in. Definitely. If you're a magician, like I used to be by hobby, not by paycheck. Um, yeah, bring it all on the open. You know, you can take your, even if you're a puppeteer, you can take your puppets on any platform. Doesn't have to just be TikTok. You can take them on YouTube here in in way more longer than a 60-second video. Just go live. You know, brighten up somebody else's day on someone else on another app. You know, bring them all out of the closet on Bigo, Clapper, Twitch. The other ones, other media, social medias, you're kind of used to. That kind of stuff like that. If TikTok is giving you a problem, definitely, and you're no longer happy there. There is other medias like Up Live, you know, some suggestions and that kind of stuff like that. Again, if you're into doing karaoke, I've done live karaoke on here too a couple times as well, and I've done live lip singing on here. It looks all the same as you do on TikTok. Only thing is the filters are different on here. They're not as they're not as fancy as TikTok is, but it still works, definitely. And that kind of stuff like that too. It is too bad that we cannot access Bigo like this on our laptops, because that would have been awesome. Again, it's still iPhone pads, definitely. Unfortunately. But yeah, I did. What was it? Always did my haunts since I started Haunted Hunter's Cabin. Again, last year was the first year I even tried it on TikTok. People just barely liked it. I wasn't sure if they were gonna like it or not. But mostly, it's been going for years here on YouTube. Definitely. When I've been hosting it and that kind of stuff like that. I am a host, yes, but I am a volunteer host and broadcaster. Means I don't get paid to host stuff. I just pay for my internet services, pay for the usage of these apps, and to be able to go live. So I'm putting more money out of my pocket to entertain us. Definitely means I'm not making a profit from anything. So technically, I'm considered as non-profit. So it means I don't make any money at all. I don't do it I'm not bringing in any fundraiser or whatever. And definitely means I'm just, I just pay my regular internet bill and I just go live because I enjoy going live. And I do these shows voluntarily, definitely. But I'm paying to use the platforms because it's the internet. Definitely, when I pay my internet bills, I do get, even though I have unlimited usage, I still have to pay for these apps to use them, to use these platforms. I still have to pay for that. That kind of stuff like that. So it's kind of included with my internet bills and that kind of stuff like that. So this is why I said, so technically I'm putting money out. So technically I'm not making a profit off of anything. It's an actual licensed internet company that's making a profit off of me, like they usually do. So yes, they're getting more than their 50 percentage of their half of the pie. Definitely. But yeah, also I was saying earlier, I know right now is bad times. We can't travel these days, but way before the pandemic happened, way before I met my wife years ago, I went down to visit my cousin in Montreal, Quebec, and that had a good old time. That kind of stuff like that. I didn't go down by bus. I had a couple friends take me down and that kind of stuff like that. We went down as a group, that kind of stuff like that. That was the best times because our private we went down as a private group and that kind of stuff like that. So I was able to meet up with my cousin, that kind of stuff like that down there and a couple times. But because my cousin lives downtown Montreal, down by the Mount, right down by the big lookout by the Mount and by Mount Royal Cemetery, way down there. He lives way downtown. Definitely, just not far from the old format of Montreal, where all the Jewish and Irish pubs are, and the Scotch and English pubs are, of Mount Royal, Quebec, is where he's living. Definitely. He's originally from. He was born and raised in Toronto, Ontario. I believe is where he originally grew up. Went to high school, and he went. What took him to Montreal, Quebec is he was the only one out of us nephews and nieces and nephews that ever made something of himself. Went to college, went to university. He was the only one out of us three T's, we called each other. The Celtic. Well, we called ourselves the Celtic three T's, and that kind of stuff like that. And I will share that story some other time. Definitely why we're known as the three T's. So there's T1, T2, T3. I don't know how the heck. I'm the youngest, so I get stuck with T3. I'm T3, the peeweed. Definitely. Because my other two cousins. Now I have female cousins. But I was, like I shared, I'm born differently, but definitely, of course, the other two sometimes don't want to acknowledge that I was born with two genders, definitely. So, not that they're against that, definitely. They've always, since we were kids, we were known as the three T's because we stuck together like glue and construction paper. Whatever one did, the us other two had to do. Now, just to let you guys know, this is uncommon. Okay, this is uncommon, and the reason why we're called the Celtic three T's is because all three of us. This is kind of weird, guys. You're going to find this kind of weird because all three of us cousins are identical twins. Cousins. It's not norm. It's pretty much rare because normally you get it in, you get triplets and, in brothers or sisters. No, not us three idiots. Definitely. No, we look identically alike. Definitely. You put us all three together. Now the other two decide they kind of shave their head like Caillou and Yoda. So yes, so we nicknamed one. One is called one. Well, he prefers Taz. Sorry, but I call him Yoda. The other one I call Caillou. Definitely. As a short for. Used to call him Caillou. And my aunt, his mother, I used to insult her. Oh yes, she looked like Mary Poppins. Definitely, Julie Andrews, with all the makeup on her face and everything else like that. Black and red dress, black and white dress. Sorry, my mom was the one that wore the red and white. Used to dress like a Nazi. She took after her father. I'm sorry, I didn't want to bring that up. Definitely, but yeah, those two passed on now too. Sorry to hear about that. My mom, the loss of my own mom. I was ashamed. I was shocked that happened. But then my aunt died, and then there's only one aunt left. Definitely, but all the rest of the brothers all died too, except for the one is in Toronto, still getting hit by cars and surviving. He's the Indian rubber ball of the family. Definitely. Like how many times did he get hit by a car on Main Street, Toronto, and still alive, still surviving, which is good. Definitely. Um, that's why I said that. That's why that uncle, like, in a good way, or in a good positive sense of humor. He is he is he is strong as an Indian rubber ball. I'll tell you. He bounces just like Tigger. That's why we probably called him Tigger as a nickname, Uncle Tigger. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. He's just like a ping pong ball. You hit him, boing, across the intersection of boom. He survives it. He gets injured, or he got injured, but he survived. Definitely, but we were not happy with the guy that ran the red light on the cell phone that hit him, because he was yakking on his phone or texting or something. Hit my uncle there, but I tell you, he's the only one left in Toronto. I think he's doing better today. And I think he's got somebody actually looking after him now. But yeah, yes. But he's afraid to go out, not because of the virus. He's always, even before the virus started, pandemic started, he was afraid to always go out. After his accident, definitely, he was afraid of getting hit by cars again. Definitely, so he put a lot of fear into him. Definitely, I don't blame him on that part. I think I would have been the same way. Again, he is identical looking to me. Definitely, that's why I said it's not rare that I look. That's the only identical uncle that I have. You look at us both side by side. You swear we were twins. Only difference is now, if my head was shaved, oh yes, me and him would look identical all the way. But no matter with my head shaved or long hair, we still look identical. We still look like each other. And same with my three cousins. We definitely, look with hair or no hair, we look identical. We're identical cousins. That doesn't change. So technically, yes. One sister was a twin to my mom. The other one wasn't. Was off by a year, but definitely. So that's how I ended up with an identical cousin. So we look identical, definitely. And they get us, and they very easily gets us three mixed up. And generally, totally can get us three mixed up. A couple times they got me mixed up with my cousin in Montreal because we look identical. Hey, little Bill. What are you hiding? Making spooky sounds. And my cousin in Peterborough, because we look identical. They've got us mixed up so many times growing up as kids. When we were kids, definitely, we all had long hair. They couldn't tell us apart, definitely. Neither could our parents could tell us apart. Like, we were able to swap each other around. I can't do that. We can do that. But like I said, now they've shaved their heads. So now, but we're still identical looking if we're all together in the facial wise. But I'm starting to come out more because of my hair, long hair. Definitely. This is why I don't like shaving my head. Because they very easily get us mixed up. Definitely. Especially when you're dealing with identical twin cousins. Definitely, we're all three of us are identical twin cousins. Definitely. Now, if they start doing what I'm doing, which I know they probably will, let their hair grow in and leave it. Yes, you won't be able to tell us apart. Definitely. And definitely. Right now, because they both have bald heads, it's very easy. You won't be able to tell those two now apart, but even me, you'll still won't be able to tell me apart from them if we were all together. But the point is, I would stick out a little bit more because of the long hair. But if I've got it tucked back, if I've got it and they've got their hats on, and I've got my hair tucked up in a hat, definitely, yeah, you would not tell us apart. Definitely. Or if I had my head totally shaved off, yeah, you would not tell us apart. Definitely. Because we're identical cousins. And that's another reason why I'm not shaving my hair. Because I know eventually they're gonna grow all their hair back long, and they want to get away from the bald head stuff. They will after a while. I know Tony and Terry, they will. definitely. Um, they're not. They're gonna want their long hair back and that kind of stuff like that, especially during these times. Definitely, and yeah, and you get us all us we get us three together. I tell you, you will not be able to tell us apart. Um, and definitely, you don't know who's who. Um, you never did when we were kids. Uh, Same like, and I have female cousins. Now with this, with my female cousins, they all don't look alike. They all stick out. They definitely, the girls, they don't look identical. They look somewhat identical, but they don't look uh, what you call identical. They're not identical to each other like like us three T's are. Um, Definitely. Um, that kind of stuff like that. So it's kind of hard to tell us apart. Definitely. Um, Either with sunshades on or regular glasses on. Yeah, and, if they go back to the way I did, go back to the long hair. Oh yeah, you will not be able to tell us apart. Definitely. Um, but but yeah. Only difference is me and I keep them covered, guys. Again, yes, we all have tattoos. The only thing that's not identical is our tattoos. Our tattoos are all different. Thank God. That would be bad if they all had the same tattoos. Definitely. That would be scary. The invasion of the three T's would be like something out of the Twilight Zone. Definitely. Um, and that kind of stuff like that. But no, like we all met up. Definitely, you would not be able to tell us apart. Definitely, because we're it's unusual. We're actually identical, totally identical looking, and we can't help that. Definitely, um, that's why we're known as the three T's. Um, so they get us. So yes, they used to get us confused, and that kind of stuff like that. Because there's again before it becomes a dead name, which sometimes probably sometime in the future, like when someone comatose and I'm able to complete transitioning or whatever, and I'm able to afford it. I gotta start saving up, definitely. Um, for now, the three but I will keep my I think I will pick a T name for my trans name if I ever do pick one. Um, but right now it is we're, us three T's are known. I was always as a little kid was known as, of course, the Gypsy Rover, but that had nothing to do with the T's. That was the summer camp. Celtic name. I was born here in Ontario, Canada. But yeah, originally Timothy, Tony, and Terry. Now this is, but for short, they used to call me Timmy, Tony, and Terry. So there would be me, Timmy, and then there was Tony, and then there was Terry. They used to get us mixed up because we look identical. They didn't know who was who. So names got swapped. Names got swapped all the time. Um, so so like we were like, you know, like definitely people were so confused because it is a tongue twister. Um, because they would think I'm Terry, and then they would think Terry was Tony, and they would think that I was Tony or Terry, or and that, and or they thought Tony was me, Timmy. Um, and it's confusing, definitely. Um, but yeah, no last names, but yes. Um, so that's kind of how us or what we called ourselves in Celtic Treaties. definitely. Now, if we were musicians, I tell you, we definitely have a big. We'd actually would have like a Celtic band type thing going. Definitely, that'd be funny. Um, or a big circus going or whatever. Um, because we could literally confuse people. Definitely. Um, but yeah. Um, but like I said, as far as the other one goes, I have not seen Tony for years since I was a little kid. Um, Definitely always a busy man. He was always working. He was in college, university in Montreal. That was when he first went to Montreal, and definitely right when he went out of high school. He went to Concordia College, University in Montreal. Um, that kind of got adjusted down there. It took him 10 years to get adjusted there. Definitely, especially coming from Ontario down to there, making that kind of a big change. He had a hard time fitting in at first, but he finally, I think now he fits in better. He's been there a long, long, long time. I didn't even know until I started helping out the guy here. The odd time with the Stonewall stuff because he had pulled his back out. I was just helping him kind of do some heavy lifting and that kind of stuff with that, but only temporarily. And I didn't know that he had known. Now, my cousin Tony doesn't remember him, but remember working for him. But yeah. Because he had before he came here, I guess this guy had a company down in Montreal or whatever. So then he went out of his district and came this way. And definitely, that's what I said. I guess most of the people that are moving, or even more so nowadays, they're getting more and more people. The more and more people are getting from Ontario, I guess, living in Montreal, are more Toronto people or Kitchener people, or people from where I'm living now. Not from where I grew up. There's not too many people that's living in Montreal. It's from the Peterborough area, or grew up in the Peterborough area like I did. There was a lady on TikTok, and I'll use her proper pronouns. That I do remember from years back that she remembers we might have crossed paths at one point. Now she's a lot younger than I am, but yeah, she's about 27, something like that. Fran, I'm live.
That's nice. One for us.
I don't know if the same one that I went to high school or cadets with, and that kind of stuff like that. In an education part, she did bring up her before she transitioned to what she is now. Her dead name or her old assignment, that kind of stuff like that. So that's kind of where it kind of rang a bell, more or less. I think it was somebody I went to high school with at one point, or was in cadets with at one point, but she was younger. Before she was who she is today, definitely. That kind of stuff like that. So she was kind of familiar. Definitely, she was really nice talking to her, that kind of stuff like that. But yeah. This is what I said. I just gotta remember. But yes, I do. Usually, most people that do transition from male to female usually will not use their dead name. Once it's a dead name, it's a dead name. Under respect, you'd call them by their trans community, or LGBTQ transition name or female name, not their dead male name. Definitely, that's of the past. Usually, a lot of people don't understand that, and it kind of get rude and arrogant in that kind of department. when it comes down to people's pronouns. And those are things you got to respect too, is people's pronouns. Now, so a lot of people will share their pronouns if they wish to or choose to. They legally do not have to share those with anybody. They're allowed to keep them personal at some point. Like they don't have to. They don't have to. They don't have to do an explanation or anything else like that of their choice. This is an education example. That kind of stuff like that. When you're in their lives, don't use words that's going to disrespect them or whatever. That will insult them, indefinitely. But yes, how to put this in a respectful way. Yeah, we have crossed paths before in the future, and in good ways. I'm not saying bad ways, in good ways. Definitely. I think either we were on the same school bus at one point, went to the same high school, because everybody outside of Peterborough used to go to the same public schools, or that I would have went to. Would have went to one of the public schools that I had went to, or whatever. Or it might be somebody that I went to youth group with. I'm confused, but I do. She is. Her voice is familiar, definitely. She is familiar when she was mentioning she was from the Peterborough area, like where I grew up, definitely. So I just got to figure out where we crossed paths before. I know we did. We do know each other. I know her from my young days. Before she came out to be who she is. And definitely, trying to think whereabouts was it? It was Army Cadets, Air Cadets, somewhere along that line, definitely. Before she transitioned to become a trans woman. Just trying to think where I had met her, because she is familiar looking. I know we were, even if it was cadets, and I was kind of always older, on 40. She's 27. So I think we either went to school together, somewhere in public school, near the end of public school, or we met up again in high school. Or we were both of cadet age, definitely, because she is in her 20s. So yes, she would have been one of the maybe she was one of my younger cadets. When I was a cadet sergeant, she might have been. It is confusing, and definitely, or she was one of my neighbors at one time, definitely, if I'm not mistaken. Either that or somewhere we met up at the Peterborough Armories or whatever, and that kind of stuff like that. It's kind of harder today to on how we used to be in the same cadet units and that kind of stuff like that, because her gender lifestyle would have been different then, growing up as a child, than it is today, which is all right. But yeah, so I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think I was one of her sergeants, if I'm not mistaken, in either Army Cadets or Air Cadets. And she's just because when my name comes across TikTok, she's just thinking of, okay, Gypsy Rover T Plane. She's remembering my last name Plane, but she's trying to figure out who the T is. And definitely, because we in cadets, if she was one of my cadets, back those days, like I said, we never went by first names. We never knew anybody's first names. We always went by last names. Or even if we also went to high school together, or public school together. She's probably forgotten what my first name was, definitely, because on TikTok you don't go by your real first name. But I have my real last name in the name. And Plain is not a common name in the Peterborough area. It is out here because of my dad, but we're related. but yeah, fortunately. But down there, no, Plain is not a common name. Down in the Peterborough area, there was my mom just had my dad's marriage name for years, even after she divorced my dad when I was a baby when we first moved to Peterborough, where I grew up. We were the only Plains in Peterborough. Uh, Besides that, and my dad's uncle. Uh, no, he was a Partials. The other Plain lived in that. His uncle Plain lived in that out in Napanee. Um, oh yes, okay. There was his cousins in Peterborough with the same last name, but again we were all related. That's why I said in the Peterborough area the last name Plain was not common. Definitely. Just a recycling business company, but it was spelt differently. No, we did not own the recycling company. I wished we were that rich. We weren't. Definitely. Um, but no, but my dad's cousins, they owned the pizzeria, Jim's Pizzeria, the Italian place. Definitely. The spaghetti pizzeria, Jim's Pizzeria. Uh, but again, you only set of Plains in Peterborough, and I was, and I'm related to them. So technically, like I said, we were not a common name in the Peterborough area. Definitely, we were easy to find in Peterborough. Definitely, Ontario. Um, that kind of stuff like that. My mom. I can say this now. My mom, before she passed away, her maiden name was Cowdrey. Her mother was from Scotland. Her mother was from Aberdeen, Scotland. Her mother was a Fowler. Again, we were all related. So between the Fowlers, the Cowdreys, the Plains, we're all related. The Smiths, I hate to say it. Now the Smiths is a common name, but there was Smiths that yes, that were not related to us. Definitely. And then there was a family Smith that was in that area. Definitely. And then I had a public school teacher when I was in public school. He again because Plain is not a common name. My own school, my own one of my own my public my one of my own public school teachers was a Plain, but he was my cousin on my dad's side. He was a cousin on my dad's side to my dad. Um, Surprise, surprise, surprise! Small world we're living in. Definitely, I don't know what. I think he's retired now or whatever. But he was a grade six teacher, definitely. But he changed the spelling of his name, but he was still related to us, definitely. Uh, he tried to disown us, but it didn't work. Um, Definitely, especially in a city where Plain is not a common name. Definitely. But yeah, his first name was Scott. My middle name is Scott, but his first name was Scott. Not my older brother. My older brother drowned before I was born in 1976. I'm not going to go into much detail about that. Again, I've heard stories about that one. I don't know which ones to believe really, but again, like I said, it's past left alone, meant to be left alone, that kind of stuff like that. I'm not even curious on the history of it. I've heard the history of it by flying colors, by a slip of a mouth, definitely. From my older sisters and the point of view of it, and my mother's point of view of it before she died, definitely growing up under her custody, growing up at home, that kind of stuff like that. So I've heard so many horror stories about that to the point they've turned it into a freaking axe murder, a horror story. Definitely. Of course, as crazy as it sounds, there's a lot of truth that coming out of it. Definitely. That I don't want to really get really tied up into. Definitely. Uh, you know, that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, when I was a kid growing up, I heard all the stories. I heard all my mother's drama stories growing up as a kid. Definitely. I remember how many times she bashed my father in front of me all the times growing up. Definitely. Um, half the shit that she used to come out with, I tell you, it is, you know, uh, some of it was somewhat true. Some of it, I can't really say if it was or wasn't. So, like I said, I wasn't born until the 1980s, so I won't have a clue what the hell went on before I was born. I tell you. Um, but yet, here I am ever since knee high to a grasshopper. Am I hearing all her stories? Definitely about them. Like, holy shit. She could write a Stephen King novel. Um, definitely. Um, but yeah, there's some scary shit that Hollywood like to get their hands on. Would love to get their hands on that. I definitely get get some actors react at it. I tell you, they make billions and zillions of dollars more than they're making now. Definitely. Um, but yeah, I'm not trying to make an ass out of myself for getting very comical, because some of my shows, guys, I can get comical. Um, turning into kind of a joke session, kind of joking off, that kind of stuff like that. Um, but yeah, I don't know, like I said, I was shocked to hear the news. Um, I heard about Malone in 2017. I tell you. And at first, I thought you were just making it all up so I could run back there and she laughed her freaking head off, pop out from somewhere and laugh her head off. Definitely, no, it was real. Definitely, it was real. And how many times did she cry wolf? And I did not believe a thing. See, this is what happens. Lesson learned, guys. When you cry wolf or you fake shit all your life, when it really does happen, nobody's there to believe you. Definitely. Um, because they say, you're fucking with my head. Bullshit. Um, but yeah, then boom, hey, bada boom, bada bing. I got a phone call, anonymous email, anonymous phone call from the actual funeral home, and boom, bada bing. 2017, she died, Felicia, down the hole into the heart of. Well, I guess she had a nice funeral. I couldn't get down to it. Couldn't get a ride down to it back. Same year that freaking Community Living had ditched me from working with me and that kind of stuff. That really bad timing to do that kind of shit. Um, you know, again, they just did. They on their own free accord did what my dad basically did. Ditched, washed their hands on me. Hey, would close out my files without me even knowing. Boom. Hey, fuck you. We're done with you. Well, nothing more to do with you. So they covered up and lied and said, "Oh, you were never part of our organ. We never supported you ever." Yeah, they did. My whole entire friggin' life. They're just covering up the fact that they were jealous because I used to be one when I was a kid growing up. I spent more time out of the house today. I'm married. I'm at home. I stay. I don't go nowhere unless I have to. But I was a social monkey growing up. Like I went through ice hockey. I did high school clubs. I did drama courses. I did magical performing arts theater courses. They were jealous because I was getting out and doing things. I was getting involved in groups that were doing more for me than they were ever doing. And they didn't like it. They got pissed off. They got jealous. And community living is supposed to be teaching their clients these kind of everyday life skills, or trying to integrate them as out into the community with regular people is supposed to be what they're supposed to be about, not isolate them away from the community like they do. The ones that they can integrate out, definitely. No, they don't do it. They rather get jealous. The staff and that rather get jealous and very hateful over it. Instead of being happy because somebody's making an effort doing better themselves, no, they take more and more away from you than anything. They're more abusive than anything, verbally and mentally. And a lot of people do not see it. A lot of parents, a lot of families do not see that. Um, It'd be a matter of time and day. They're going to wake up and they're going to see that. Um, but that's for that their karma day to come and kick them in the back, to kick them up, come up and kick them in the face when they're least expecting it. To give them a good wake up call, definitely. Um, I don't know if these times are those times that you're going to start seeing stuff, um, or if it's going to take what another 40 years or something before they see through them. Now, not everybody sees through them right away. Um, but you know, um, growing up, me myself growing up, I got to a point I started seeing through them. Um, I started because I started to get involving myself in youth activities within the city of Peterborough growing up. Um, Youth groups. Just to let you guys know, yes, there was a time period. Now, I didn't quit high school, guys. I actually was asked to leave high school. And I'll tell you why I was asked to leave high school. Was because nothing that I did wrong or nothing like that. They said it was nothing that I was doing wrong. They said I was doing good or whatever. They said I had a chance to a grade 12 graduation, everything else like that. But the reason why they had asked me to leave was because the fact that my thought they were monitoring me and my mom. My mom was a single mother, and the fact because my father was not paying his child support for me, and he was getting away with it. The government knows what kids are being paid for for child tax. Child tax credits are being paid to the government, or being paid child support for, or those that aren't not being paid child support to their ex-wives for their children. And definitely, and especially being in community living. Community living does not go for that kind of crap, especially in the school system. They will not keep you in the system if the child is under 18 years of age and the ex-husband is not paying his child support for his kids. The school board the government will literally remove the kids from the public school system, because it is still not a free system. That kind of stuff like that is still paid for. The education is still paid for through people's taxes. So when the father is supposed to be paying child support taxes for their child, that means education, medical, everything, under the age up to the age of 18. That kind of stuff. And when they were seeing that they were not getting that out of my dad, or my mom wasn't getting anything out of my dad, it affected my education. It affected it affected me, abusively affected me with the school system, and caused a chaos with the school system. So with the even up to high school level. Because they couldn't do anything when I was under 16, so they waited till they hit me when I was 16, and they said, nope, you have to go. Your father's not paying any child support. Your mom's not getting any money for you. Definitely, you have to go, because they keep records of everything, totally right down to a list. And what they've done for years is they've separated the kids. So the parents that are paying child support for their kids are the ones that are getting all attention, for tutoring, getting the help, getting the educated, getting ahead, graduating, getting a grade 12 diploma, high school diploma, getting into university, getting in college, because even if their fathers left their mothers or whatever, divorce them, usually their fathers are still paying their child support taxes. So they're going further ahead in the school system. Kids like me that fathers were refusing to pay child support, they had removed us from the school system at a young age. Not by choice. We were literally forced out of the system. And we were permanently sent home, and permanently suspended. That kind of stuff like that. So I had to get into other stuff, to support myself. And I was grateful because at the same time I was going through Army cadets and Air cadets. So I had the backup, and the only closest um, education I was getting was at the armories. That was it, because they were the only ones that took me under their wing, knowing the situation my mom was in and everything else. They were the only ones that ever did anything for me. Um, I started getting my ranks and whatever. Um, my mom had actually had talked to the COs and everything, and the COs and my sergeants would be, even though my sergeants were the same age as I was. How many times did they yell down my throat? I was so used to it because I would do anything for them. I would polish their boots for them. I would go scrub the toilets for them. I didn't care, take a garbage. Even though they would pride and say, "How many people here can ride a bike?" I was dumb enough to put my hand up. Hey, guess what? No bicycle. No, they didn't supply me a bicycle to ride. Oh no, I was scrubbing toilets, or scrubbing the parade square. But or the good things came out of it because I was on the color guard, and that kind of stuff like that. So I learned how to carry colors. I learned how to, you know, um, lead an actual Army cadet platoon. Then I went over to Air Cadets, that kind of stuff like that. So because of numbers, the Army Cadets population was getting too what you call too high, too many people, and the armories can only, due to fire code and safety code, the armories can only hold up to so many cadets. So they had to transfer some of us cadets around. And they asked me if I wanted to go to Air Cadets instead of Army Cadets, and I said sure. I went again. I changed. They offered to transfer me over. Because I was such a good cadet, they transferred me from Army Cadets to Air Cadets. Now, some of the cadets they transferred over to Sea Cadets. I would have loved to go to Sea Cadets, I'll tell you. But no, I for some reason because of my last name, probably they sent me to Air Cadets. They figured I wasn't going to kind of fit with Sea Cadets with my last name, so they thought it was a cool ring to my last name playing, so they threw me in Air Cadets, but transferred me over to Air Cadets. But I was willing to go to Sea Cadets. I was willing to go to Sea Cadets, and even if it means wear a toilet seat on my head, I didn't care. But no, I only wanted to. They only sent me over to Air Cadets. Totally. From 267 to Hastings and Prince Edward Army Cadet Regiment Corps, to 534 Raiders 4th Wing Cadets. Definitely, because at the time they did not have a bait. Their flights were down in number or whatever, so they had to even the numbers. Definitely when it came down to the armories, and they all shared the armories, that kind of stuff like that. They all go on the same bush outings together, and that kind of stuff like that. Well, we still met up with our old, all my Army Cadet buddies, and all I went to Air Cadets. I even know that there's a stereotype between Army Cadets, Air Cadets, and Sea Cadets. Definitely. Army Cadets are known as groundhogs, gophers. Air Cadets are known as pigeons, shithawks. I've heard it all. Sea Cadets is known as land pirates, seagulls, toilet bowls, toilet seats, toilet plungers. That kind of stuff like that. I tell you, us cadets did overpopulate before I got kicked out of high school, because my dad not paying his child support. We did overpower the high schools, and definitely. So to get around him, they tried keeping me in high school, so they had moved me over to Kenner. It didn't work out too. The same thing had come up, definitely, because they were saying that there was no child support tuition, that kind of stuff like that. That usually that they rely on to educate you with, because that's how they get paid, is through people's taxes. Again, it's not like the private schools, but I tell you, I went through a lot of shit as a kid. But I was grateful because Leasley, the cadets, didn't kick me out. They took me under their wing, definitely. And they were more of an educational institution to me than anything. I should have graduated, and I should have been up with the Armed Forces people, but they wanted me to, they changed the rules and policies. You had to be a certain height. They were discriminating against height. They were discriminating against, having a grade 12 diploma, that kind of stuff like that from a regular high school. Um, Not knowing the situation, definitely. Um, but yes, meanwhile, I was taught the same basic training that all the big guys are taught. Definitely. Even though that some of it may be a little different, but um, at a younger age, at a teenage age. But yeah, but it just fortunately the high sergeant major captain had to been on the recruiting square. Um, Definitely in the recruitment office and that kind of stuff like that. Like I passed the physical and the mental, but today probably I would. Maybe I would. I don't know. I never tried again since then. Now I'm married. Um, my wife wouldn't be in the process. Wouldn't want to relocate anyways. If I qualified for like the Navy today or something like that, she wouldn't want to go away on a ship or whatever. Um, she likes being on land. She's a land hermit. Um, Definitely, and she's not a military based type personnel. Where I was a teenager, when I was in cadets, we were taught life on a military base. I know when I was in Army Cadets in 1995, we went to CFB board, Blackdown Borden, that kind of stuff like that as cadets that we trained there. Then when I went into Air Cadets, we went to CFB Trenton and stuff like that. Um, we went all over the place in cadets. Definitely, we traveled. Again, we used to travel all over the place. Um, Definitely, we went to the weird places. Definitely, I remember that. Even when it came even in Air Cadets, 1997, 19, well, yeah, New Year's Day, 1998. We went to what was it? We went to here. We found ourselves down in on Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles, California, on a Rose Bowl parade, a football parade. Um, so band had went down and the color guard had went down. Definitely. Um, that's the only time I've ever been out of the country or to a youth conference in Kentucky. That was about it for a religious church thing that I was invited to. Fortunately, those are the easier days to travel when they weren't as strict. Even with cadets, they have their own private airport system. Definitely, probably the same as a regular airport system today, but back those days, no, it was in the 90s a lot easier to get around and travel. Definitely, it wasn't as strict when we were teenagers. Um, that kind of stuff like it would be today. Definitely, it's harder today, yes, because again, all again there's a very stricter um, uh, paperwork involved, that kind of stuff like that, and you know, uh, it's very harder to travel today than it would have been back in the 90s, definitely. But even with the cadet systems, no matter if they're traveling by sea, air, land, it is not easy today. It's a lot harder today because nowadays there's no essential travel allowed. But when that picks up, even though it is, we're in times where yes, it is getting harder. As of like 1999, just a year after that that's when everything started getting more stricter and that kind of stuff like that. The system had developed a stronger system. Um, but yeah, but yeah, and that. But other than that, when I was doing the magical theater arts, other than that, I used to just only travel in my own country. When I was younger, I was doing and that kind of doing the high school kind of theater group and that kind of stuff like that. We had a on top of our theater group. We we had our drama classes and that kind of stuff. We had an actual drama club after hours. We would travel and that kind of stuff like that on weekends, and then also too on the odd. Also too, I had my cadets and that were going on during the week and that kind of stuff like that. And the weekends that I couldn't travel with the drama club, I was traveling with cadets. Definitely. I remember those times. I really enjoyed those. Definitely. But in cadets, you can't use your drama skills because you weren't allowed to. Definitely because it's 100% serious business, more or less, type thing, like it should be. Um, Self-contained, self-disciplined. But I had never forgotten anything I was taught from anything. Definitely. Um, growing up. But so, but in my spare time or in my hobbies, after I got too old for that, then in 1999 for a bit, 2000 from 1999 to 2003, uh, I guess not quite 5 years. I was off by 1 year, 4 years. I was a member of the Peterborough Legion. And I was also a member of this is when I qualified before this thing here changed me Catholic. Um, um, I was I was actually in the Orange Order in the Royal Orange Lodge from 1999 to 2000. Same time I was in the Legion to 2003. So around the same time as I was a member of the Legion, I was a member of the Orange Lodge. I remember those days I was able to float stuff, definitely, because I had paper routes too. I was doing and that kind of stuff like that. So um, I was being smart with my money and that kind of stuff like that because I was paying such little rent. Definitely. Um, that kind of stuff like that. But when I was just finishing up growing up people until I moved out on my own. Then definitely when I got old enough, when I moved out of my mom's place, when I was about, I was about closer to 2000, yeah, about near the end of 2003, early 2004, before my dad connected with me and came out this way. Then I met my wife and went back to Peterborough. We tried living in Cambridge for a year after that. Went back to Peterborough. Then finally came back out this way. I never did like it out here, but like I said, um, it's more quieter. Definitely, I can say. At times, sometimes it doesn't seem that way, um, but yeah. I've been very adventurous, you know, and definitely before I met her, when I first went out on my own, yes, I was in the mission for a while, and my mistake was I had everything going for me in Peterborough, and then I just let things go downhill. I don't know why. I let myself go downhill too much. Um, I faced too much. I faced too much hate from other people, jealousness started picking up in groups started getting jealous over other groups. They didn't like me getting involved in things. You know, uh, especially the agency that I was in with were getting jealous of me. Community Living started getting jealous of me. They didn't like me spending time in all these other groups or doing better for myself. Um, they were getting very, very hateful, bullying to a very bullying stage. They were getting very violent and aggressive and hateful because I started in my own way, doing things that made me happy. That I was getting involved in things that was doing stuff for me, um, and they were just jealously there to always take away and ruin stuff, or literally involve themselves. Um, very arrogantly and very rudely, um, and took stuff away from me, totally took things away from me, definitely, at a very mentally abused level, um, because they got too hateful, they got too jealous. Um, I was creating a life for myself, um, a road for myself, to go down. It was not ever a fact that I ever gave up. It was a fact that because of jealousness, it turned a lot of these groups against me. Um, because because the fact they honestly did like me, but these groups started causing too much trouble because they got so trollish. They started trolling. They started hating, and they had turned after a while. They had turned groups away, turned groups against me. That was actually doing good for me. That was bringing me out of my shell like 15 times, or bringing me out of the closet, or coming out of the closet like 15 times in a row. Um, they they started having directly having problems with me in general, personally, due to a personal grudge. They hated everything that I was doing, um, and I was trying to do better for myself, and they just they just rudely shut things down, pulled me out of stuff. Um, they got so hateful. They couldn't mind your own business. They weren't letting me be me. They were trying to control me. Um, and my lifestyle. They no matter what I did to get myself ahead, or to make something out of myself, they were always there to get in the way. And I could not afford to get to apply for legal help, to back them off, because I couldn't afford it. Even today, I can't afford that stuff. Um, they just get hateful, they get powerful, because they don't like the fact that I'm achieving and advancing. That's what it is. They hate it when they see signs of you advancing, and fighting to advance your lifestyle, to improve your lifestyle. They don't like it. They like to control you and manipulate, and keep pulling you back and sinking you down to their level. They just do it automatically. They don't like you. You know, when groups take a liking to you, that are doing more for you, they get so ugly and hateful, and they get jealous, and they're right there to stop everything. Um, they start throwing you out of places for no reason, and you're not doing anything wrong. They literally attack you. They physically attack you. They verbally, violently attack you, and get away with it totally. Um, they do not know how to back the fuck off and mind their own business, or keep to themselves. No, they have to involve themselves too much, um, in a person's lifestyle. They try to get so controlling, um, because they got too much of an attitude issue. Um, that kind of stuff like that. And they get so hateful. They get so jealous. Um, no matter where you live, agencies, nonprofit agencies get away with that kind of crap. They shouldn't be, but they do. But there's no grounds that you can take, um, or I could have took, to even defend myself, because here I am defending myself, or trying to defend myself as strong as I could, or self-advocate for myself as strong as I could. Um, you know, Agencies were not working with me, and that kind of thing, like they had agreed to, and that kind of stuff like that, because they were jealous because I was getting involved in other outside groups, outside of their day programs or whatever. Um, they were getting two-faced jealous over. They got jealous over the cadet system. They got jealous over everything like that I was in when I was growing up. Even when I was a member of the Legion in Peterborough, they were again, community living was getting jealous. The staff that was running was getting too jealous, and hateful. It was really bad. They didn't like it because they see me out, achieving, making an effort to achieve, to make achievements, to get myself ahead. They did not want me getting ahead. Um, they didn't, and then when it came down to, even when I tried going, how many times have I tried going back to high school, after I got old enough, to the adult upgrading center in Peterborough? They refused me because there was nothing on my transcript, because of the fact that the school did what they did. They kicked me out of the high school system to begin with, because my dad not paying child support when I was under 18. right when I was 16. They had told me to leave high school. So I didn't quit. I did not quit high school. They ordered me to leave because he was not paying his child support, and he got away with it because he was mentally abusing the system, cheating the system, and I'm the one that suffered from it. I'm the one that suffered, and today, yet today, and today I'm over 18, cannot do nothing about it still. Even when my mom tried to do something about it when I was a kid, she couldn't get the help. They held the fact that because she was on welfare totally against her. But yet she was abused by this guy. Definitely. Big time. She used to whine and cry all the time. And to the point that she went totally fucking nuts. Literally she went fucking nuts. Definitely, because that's according to her, that's her whole entire life. That's what he did. And she always for some reason accused me of stuff that I wasn't doing because she was flashbacking and remembering stuff of him, not me. So she really had nothing against me at all. I know her twin sister was saying, and she said, no, it was never you. She had too many when her Huntington's disease took over her. And I didn't see it coming. She started developing schizophrenia because everything she went through with him. And it all started coming out. And the one because I was her son living at home with my mom, single mom. I'm the one who got attacked over it all because I was stuck in the middle, not by choice. So she started getting abusive with me. A couple of times she even tried to drown me in the sink. Believe it or not. How many times as a 10-year-old boy did she pulled a knife up to my throat and tried to slit my throat? I'm lucky I didn't want to share this on here. Now that she's passed on, I can. There's a lot of shit she used to do, trust me, because she had too many mental breakdowns, and it was all because of what my dad did to her when I was a baby, apparently. Shit started coming out, and the Peterborough police didn't even see that end of it with her. They were not in her service and her justice like they should have been. They're just like guys. I'm a survivor of it all, definitely. And my older sister was never around, definitely, because she was under my dad's custody, not my mom's. Definitely. It's kind of easier to share this now, but yeah. She lived her life to the ends of her ropes, to her days, the way I put it. She let a disease take her that was ready to take her. In one sense, I can't say I was glad it took her or whatever, but I was sad that she went. But the way she did, but at least she's not suffering anymore or whatever. But yeah, I had to suffer in the middle of it all, growing up with her. That's one of the reasons why I moved out on my own to begin with. Because I couldn't handle her violence. I couldn't handle her domestic violence. And how many times did the police not listen to me because she kept visualizing my dad. She kept comparing me to my dad. How many times did I get accused of stuff that I didn't, close to being accused of stuff I never did. I was just lucky I was never charged or convicted for anything. What she was accusing me of, and that kind of stuff. Maybe they made us seen a mental issue with her, but she was badly hallucinating, totally hallucinating, and living in Ontario housing complexes, and living with the kind of people we were living with around didn't help any. And then she had this strange guy come over. I don't know who the hell he was, who was twice as he came across, because I was a little kid. He was nice to me, but I tell you, he was a total heavy alcoholic, and he was drunk. He was a couple times. He was very violent himself. that kind of stuff. And I did the smart thing because I would always, uh, take off out of the house. Definitely, I didn't want to be there. One day he said, "Well, while you're taking off," because he said, "I know you're gonna be back in 15 seconds." Until the day I moved out, I wasn't back in 15 seconds. I took off. Definitely. He was nice enough, pay for, give me a little bit of cash to go to the movies or whatever. Go down to the bowling alley or whatever. No, no. When I was a teenager, where did I go? I went down to KYFC. Um, Stupid me decides, instead of becoming like these teenagers smoking and rolling dope, hanging out on the streets. No, jumped into church youth groups, definitely, and I kept myself clean. I didn't start drinking until I was 19. But yeah, but no, other than that, when I was too young to drink or whatever, oh no, I went down to Fourth Youth for Christ, because they had a drop-in center. You drop in and play video games or whatever, and all my high school buddies were all lining up in there, hanging out in there. I'll tell you. Man, what a hoot! At least back those days we had arcades, yes, but it was free to go in there, so we were saving money on there. We didn't have to had to spend no money on the arcade. We only had to spend maybe $2 on a bag of chips or something like that. Those cheap days, or a can of Coca-Cola. I tell you, drug-free place, totally. That's where we were hanging out. Definitely. Um, then we had the stupid idea, definitely, to go and because we knew the summertime was coming. Definitely, what we do? Oh, we started saying, yeah. Guess what? We all went and lined up at the Dickie D garage, and we started getting jobs at Dickie D ice cream, and started peddling our asses around the big city all summer long. Definitely make a few bucks to pay for our potato chips and pop at the. It was commission. We didn't make that much, and we were only little kids, or teenagers. Even in our cadet days, or to pay for our Army Cadet canteen or whatever, when we were going away to bush trainings and that kind of stuff, or away to bases and that kind of stuff like that, or to pay for to pay our way to go places that we wanted to go. Here we're dinging these little Dickie D bikes around town and that kind of stuff. Not town living now in the big city, I tell you, up and down Suicidal Hill, and of course, we know how to make the money. I tell you, we used to jack the prices up. We weren't supposed to, but we did that on our own. We did that on our own. And then our Dickie D manager got the idea of it because he was crooked enough. So hey, he figured, hey, with the ballparks, let's jack up the prices. That's where he got the idea, to jack up the prices at the soccer fields and baseball fields, is because of us idiots. Definitely, because we knew how to make the money back those days. But yeah, those are the cheap days, because that kind of stuff. That kind of. So basically, yes, we supported ourselves and each other. Definitely, that kind of stuff like that. We were teenagers. This was before I was even diagnosed with a disability. I didn't get diagnosed till I was 18 or whatever. I was diagnosed with a few disabilities myself, but it was with CMHA and CUNARC. But yeah, those two agencies, CMHA and CUNARC, did not have a problem with me being in any other groups. It was just community living that I was in with, because they took a lot of CUNARC kids on their caseloads. So they're the only ones that got jealous of the other groups. Us being involved in that kind of stuff like that. But hey, when we had fathers that were not paying a cent of fucking child support, we had to do shit to support ourselves. Even if that was running around with the squeegee kids and stopping cars when it was legal on the streets, and washing car windows at a red light. Charging them $2 for a window wash. That kind of stuff like that. Then it became illegal. then you have to if you to still do that, you have to provide a parking lot. You have to really provide a parking lot to pull for people to pull in and pull out with. Definitely get permission to be in a parking lot to do that kind of thing now, or just do storefronts nowadays in the big cities or whatever, like to do here. But yeah, no, back those days, no, we were stopping them at every big cities. We were stopping them at the intersections. Oh man, they would piss the drivers off. They didn't like it. They again with us when we came down to us squeegee kids, no, they hated us. Definitely. But that's how we lived. That's how we lived. Um, Definitely. Um, you know, that's how we supported ourselves. Definitely. Um, again, it still didn't make us the richest people. Um, it was monkey change. Um, or if it wasn't that, trying to sing on the street when you can't hold a tune and people dropping a loonie in your bucket, and you can't sing one shit. That was totally funny. And I always get a kick out of that because we'd always have some Yahoo, some type of instrument joining us. Couldn't play with shit. Couldn't hold a tune with shit. We couldn't sing with shit. Over the years, as I got old enough to go into karaoke bars, then I learned how to sing in tune on karaoke. I learned how to sing with shit. But no, growing up, we joined stuff that was groups that were free to join, like Scouts, Beavers, Cub Scouts, that kind of stuff like that. They kind of took us under our wing and that kind of under their wings and that kind of stuff like that. That were good to us and that kind of stuff like that. Drop-in centers, that kind of stuff like that. So we wouldn't become street cases and become drug addicts. Now, some of the people that I knew from school did get hooked. I didn't. I was a goody two shoe that didn't get hooked into shit at a young age. I didn't get it. I didn't get hooked up into marijuana because back those days, wasn't like today. What was all legalized back those days, you had to hide the shit. Definitely, even if you can't, even in our teen years, if you came out as anything, LGBTQ, if you came out gay or whatever, you had to hide it because the police were arresting everybody. We had to hide. We had to hide. Definitely, we had no choice. We had to hide everything. You either had it or you went to jail. No middle of the road. Definitely. That was the 1980s and 90s for you. It wasn't until like 1997 or 98 when things started slowly becoming legalized. Well, we no longer had to hide stuff. Definitely. And I was just becoming 18 and it was lucky, right? When I became 18, it all everything started becoming publicly. Things started slowly becoming legal. But yeah, no, that's why I was smart enough as a kid to stay away from a lot of stuff. Like when it came down to hippie grass or whatever like that. No, when I was a kid, I never ever took interest in being a smoker. I was not a smoker. I'm not even a smoker today because of that. Because I knew enough to stay away from that stuff. Only thing that I did get into when I became drinking age is going to the bars. That was about it. Right when I was 19, I was into the karaoke bars, the comedy bars, the stripping bars. No, I wasn't a stripper, by the way, guys. Anything that was a licensed bar, I was at it when I hit my 19th birthday. Definitely. You couldn't keep me out of there. Especially when I got old enough, and I was paying cheap rent at home. I was to get out of the house or whatever. I was helping my mom with a little bit of it because I was not living on my own. But when I first went on disability before I moved out on my own, before I ended up, I only had a half of a pension before I had a full pension. When I went on my own. But yeah, when I first went out on my own, I was in the mission. So I had lost it for a while because I was in the mission. And then I went into room and board with the family. And then after a couple of years, when 2004 hit, my dad came finally picked me up or whatever. I tried living with him for a while. came out this way. Didn't work out, so I ended up here in town in Ridgeview. Met my wife. Took my wife back to Peterborough, and we got married in 2000 and 2006. By then I was already, I was already 2 years out of the orange order, that kind of stuff like that. And surprise, surprise, on a drunken night, here comes Sister Jonathan from upstairs. Penguin walking down to my apartment. I'm slashed out on Jack Daniels, and he knew my wife was Catholic, and she had to open her mouth. And here I'm an ex-Orangeman, and he says, "Hey," he says, "you want to come to church?" He says, "There's confirmation classes going on. Become Catholic." I'm like, "Fuck you." I was drunk, and I gave in. You don't ask a guy that's drunk on Jack Daniels if they want to become fucking Catholic or fucking or some type of fucking religion, cram your religion on somebody who's fucking drinking. Definitely when they're drinking the Tennessee whiskey special. Definitely. So in 2007, I ended up having to go walking through fucking snowstorms because he didn't like taking the city bus. And we all had our own bus passes too. We had subsidized bus passes, but yet no, he did not like using the city bus. He's paranoid for some reason the city buses. No, because he was my sponsor or whatever. Then he introduced me to another penguin, a real penguin. Sorry, I'm not trying to be mean on here, guys. Definitely. Sister Teresa was really, really nice. But yeah, here we are, going to Sacred Heart Church, to the RCIA, Irish Republican confirmation classes. I'm surprised they even passed that. Now, if I passed that, I should have been able to pass the exam to get in the military. I don't know. I was thinking, I don't know what I was wrong. What I was wrong when I was younger. Definitely. If I was able to pass the degrees in the Orange Order, I should have been able to pass the fucking exam to get into the fucking military. I don't know what happened there. I don't know. Maybe I could have been just under stress or frustrated. I don't know, with my life going on at home or whatever, before I moved out on my own. But anyhow, back to 2007, just after I married and that kind of stuff like that. And my wife's sitting laughing her ass off. So fine, hey, here I am going through 2 years of confirmation classes, stuck it all the way through. Yes, it was rough, it was hard. And they pick the saints for you. You don't get to pick. Usually you get to pick your own saints. But Sister Teresa, I picked my own saint. I wanted St. Patrick because the fact that my mom had a Scotch Irish heritage. No, somebody already had St. Patrick, so I couldn't be St. Patrick. I couldn't be St. Jonathan, St. John. I couldn't been none of the other saints because all the good saints were gone. There was only one saint left, and guess what saint I had to be? I had to be St. Matthew, a tax collector, out of them all. But yeah, did I make any profit? Of course, no, I did not. Went through the course, went through my confirmation, I went through confession, all that I had to do. And Easter Vigil, Mass of 2018, Easter Vigil, I had actually confirmed and baptized as officially as Roman Irish Republican Catholic. I'm born here in Canada, Ontario, but yeah. So yes, so there goes my idea of ever returning back to the Orange Order. Now I can't. If I go into anything else like that again, ever down the road, I have to go to Knights of Columbus. I don't have a choice. Definitely, because the other order will not take me back, because to belong to the Orange Order, you have to be Protestant. You cannot be Catholic. They're very racist and stereotype on that. Totally. And strict on that one too as well. And that's what I said. You'd have to actually I would have to go deeper in. Definitely, if I chose to, I would have to go either go Knights of Columbus or Illuminati Freemason. Totally. I would have to go totally deeper up, totally deeper in, um, on how high up my mom's father was. Definitely, or further in. Definitely. If I ever want back into anything like that again, definitely. And then nowadays it's based on your own free will and that kind of stuff. I didn't see how I was invited or how I was asked. I tell you, I was drunk fucking out of it when I got asked to become Catholic. I'm like, he was lucky I was not still in the Orange Order then. I tell you, because that would not drive or go over quite well. Definitely, um, you know. I tell you, and he cracked me up. He cracked me up laughing because he has identical twin brother. He cracked me up laughing. Here he is supposed to be again. Here he is supposed to be my sponsor, which is / Godfather. Um, Here he is teaching me how to genuflect. Oh my God, you get a laugh at this comedy moment. You get a laugh at this. He's teaching me how to do the Hail Marys full of grace. So technically, he goes into the church. He gets on. First of all, he gets on the lot. He marches up to the church with straight kneecaps, Nazi kneecaps, and he genuflects like this. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like you Canadian Roman Catholic salute like fucking a Canadian Roman Catholic. He salute like a fucking Nazi Catholic. Definitely. Here in Canada, and like I don't know if he was just putting it on to make me laugh or whatever. I don't know. He was a clown at it, anyways. We're definitely in a real strict Catholic church. Any of the nuns seen that? I tell you, they take that offensive. Especially if there's any Jewish nuns in there, or especially Irish nuns. I tell you, oh frig, especially in an Irish freaking cathedral. Holy shit, buddy. Calm down on the genuflecting after baptizing yourself with 15 dosage of holy water. I like, holy fuck. I'm like, sorry to put it that way, guys, but I tell you, I pissed pants laughing. Totally. And I'm like, okay, like that's when I put in a request, and I talked to the sisters. I said, is there any way I can get another sponsor or another Godfather? She said, nope. She said he's the one. He came forward, and he was the first one appointed. You can't change halfway through the course, and I did not know that. Because there was another gentleman that was going to do that for me, that wanted to become my sponsor, become my Godfather. That was one of my youth leaders. I knew his father quite well at Youth Wave and that kind of stuff like that. That went between the Charismatic and the Pentecostal, and still went to Catholic masses and that kind of stuff. That was kind of become my sponsor, but yeah, he is. He was a really awesome youth. He was also LGBT as well. He was a really nice guy. But this other clown, I got stuck with this other circus clown. Totally. I don't know. Again, like I said, like I know he means well and that kind of stuff. When my mom died, I a little got upset with him. Some of the things, because I didn't realize he was just trying to help out and that kind of stuff like that. Again, I was under frustration and stuff like that. But yes, he did help my mom out a lot when I couldn't be down there. He helped me a lot. So, I kind of put him on the forgiveness wagon. But yes, he was a freaking clown. Totally. Like that'd be like having freaking what's his face there, clown face that comes on Facebook all the time. Relic the Clown as my Godfather, going through that. That was just crazy times. Especially when I had that was the same night though when he asked me. That was the same night. And I'm surprised I'm still drinking JD today. I'm holding it down a lot better than I did. But that night I definitely went into for some reason I I was mixing with apple juice, and I thoroughly had a minor stroke, and I fell through a glass coffee table. Um, and I was left, and I was taken out by paramedics, by EMS to Civic Hospital. Definitely the same night I got asked to become Catholic. Um, definitely, but I tell you, but no, I have not been back ever since my confirmation days. I've not been back to a Catholic church, or and back to any confessional, to any priest, um, like I should be doing. No, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna be like his mother. Um, his mother's still around today. Be like her. Wait 60 years. Wait till I'm 60 years old and go back. Then go to confessional. Say it's been 60 years since my last confession. Watch the walls cave in. Watch the roof fall in. And the priest took a heart attack. Definitely. No, would not be good. Definitely. But yeah, those are some of my stories and journeys, guys. Definitely. I know. So even though I'm living back this way, in between leaving here, again, I went through different stuff. Like I said, a lot of people that follow my shows, they can't really dictate what my life was like because they didn't know me when I was a kid. They didn't know what my lifestyle was before. Even people living here doesn't know what my lifestyle was. My own father does not know what I went through, my lifestyle, to even dictate anything, because he wasn't really there. So he doesn't know. And all these changes or updates, definitely, he doesn't know all the stuff I went through. Um, all these journeys I went through. Nobody does. Only I. Um, or my experiences I experienced. Um, you know. But yeah, this is why I do these videos, because everything that I'm telling you that I went through since my childhood, even up to these days, are all the truth. Basically, everything I went through. Even though that you hear me putting it into a bit of a sense of humor, that kind of stuff like that. Um, and this is, and also too, and these are my real life history, my childhood history, that I actually am comfortable and I'm joking about myself to put to comedy jokes. Um, that will help cheer people up today. That kind of stuff to make you guys laugh. That kind of stuff like that. I tell you, like how many times did the sister threaten to put a devil tail on my back belt, and give me a set of devil horns? Well, I got the devil horns and the pitchfork, definitely, but no devil tail yet. She always got to get them. Got the devil tails on. I like, no way, sister. Definitely. It was either there was only two saints that there was only other saint that she said I could have had, but I said no. I would stick to Saint Matthew. I got off. The only other one that nobody would ever take was Saint Lucifer, and we wonder why nobody would take Saint Lucifer. That was the only other option that I could have had, was Saint Lucifer. If I didn't take Saint Matthew, I could have took Saint Lucifer. Wouldn't look good going up before the priest with a garment that said Saint Lucifer on it. Definitely. Before the Catholic congregation, I tell you, or parish or cathedral. Because they'd be like, oh my God, here comes the devil. Here comes the Antichrist, 1 and 2. The walls would have really caved in. Totally. On that one. But yeah. And the other guy was there actually. That was my head camp director from when I went to Camp Northern Lights, outside of Peterborough, Bob Cajun. I think that's why I remember Eve, because I think we went to Camp Northern Lights together. If I'm not mistaken, to Halliburton, Bob Cajun. I think we're at the same summer camp session when we were kids, because we were just a couple of years apart or whatever. I was always older, but she was always younger. But I think that's where we crossed paths, either between there and cadets and school, that kind of stuff like that, or youth groups, that kind of stuff, or in the town Peterborough Square, that kind of stuff like that. Um, she had mentioned she was from that area, the same area as I was from. So definitely because her town was not that far apart that she grew up in. But yeah, this is why I said so. I think one time we did cross paths. I think that's how we crossed paths. And she's just trying to, again, probably just trying to picture me. Now she sees more and more videos of me. Again, she's just trying to recognize the T in the plane. She probably remembers the plane. She's just probably trying to figure out the T. She's probably just not familiar with the Gypsy Rover part of it. Remember the Gypsy Rover name, or my nickname, the Gypsy Rover. She probably just remembers my actual real name, that kind of stuff like that, or my biological last name, the Plain part. Because, like I said, Plain was not a common name in the Peterborough area, Ontario, Canada. Neither was it in the Lindsay area. That was all part of Peterborough County, definitely. The city of Kawartha Lakes area, all that is all Peterborough region, where she is originally from, where she originally grew up as a child, where we grew up. We probably crossed paths as children somewhere, definitely at some of these places, or some of these, summer camps or day camps even. We would have met up maybe we could have met up at the YMCA a couple times, if I'm not mistaken. Before now she's living now she's old enough, she's doing good for herself in Montreal, Quebec, where my cousin lives. So we've crossed paths a couple times. And TikTok guys, like I said, on TikTok nobody actually really does use the real name. So faces look familiar, but it's a computer, so it's a computer algorithm. So technically, you look familiar, but again, not everybody uses the real names on TikTok. Definitely, people usually put up names and then maybe their last name or whatever. Um, you know, so it's been, like I said, it's been years. So her memory. She's probably slowly trying to remember who I am by seeing me in TikTok videos or whatever, or seeing me live or whatever, to kind of place who I am, definitely. So basically, we've crossed our paths before, definitely, but in good ways. I remember in good ways and that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, today her pronouns are she, her. So under respect, that's how I'm addressing her. Even though I might have met her at a different, when we were kids, in a different spectrum point of view, is a polite way to put it. You know, in a different life form than she's in today. That kind of stuff is an easier, respectful way to put that. But yeah. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, we were actually, we were friends at one point. I think, if I'm not mistaken, wherever we crossed paths or whatever, but not close friends. We were just friends at one point, because we crossed our paths somewhere. At one of those places I might have mentioned, either cadets or, a camp, or at Camp Northern Lights even, as kids. I was always the oldest. Out of kids, out of us kids, I was always older. I was born in 1980. I'm 40 today, but yeah, she'd be about 27, going on 28 now. Definitely, yeah, that'd be right, because she was always. Wherever we crossed our paths or we knew each other as kids, She was probably always younger. Um, but she was in a different, again, back those days. I met her probably at a different um, in a different life format than she is living today. Um, that kind of stuff like that. But before before her pronouns changed, um, definitely. But yes, again, like I said, it's those are the good old days, and definitely. So yes, I probably was at one point was her drill sergeant in the Army Cadets or Air Cadets. If she was in any of those groups, or if she wasn't in those groups, then I probably met her, at a camp session, a Camp Northern Lights or something. So if she's familiar with Father Bill Maloney, or she remembers our cadet, or if she was someone I met in Army Cadets or Air Cadets. Or went to school even with her. We went to the same public or high school together. At some point, or we crossed paths somewhere. Um, Again, we're just trying to figure out where, but yeah, she was. She had grown up where kind of just outside where I grew up and stuff like that. Or even if it was one of the youth groups, we'd probably attend one of the youth groups together. We're in the same youth group or whatever. At one point in her life, probably not her cup of tea today with the youth groups or any of the church groups today. But when we were kids, we were in, you'd be surprised what kind of things we'd be getting into. Totally, definitely. But yeah. But yes, a lot of people, again, as they get older, their lives change and people move on, that kind of stuff. Like, people do change differently, change different ways, totally. Um, that kind of stuff like that. And I got so many comical experience, about my childhood that was so funny, that were true and so funny. Even up to now, some of the journeys, some of the challenges and journeys I went through, definitely. You know, Before I met her back there, that kind of stuff like that. Um, you know, um, but yeah, I tried again. Like I said, I tried when I was 18. I tried a couple of dating relationships. Definitely before before I got tricked into getting hooked in with her. Um, that's a long story. No, way before I met her. She had nothing to do with this trick. Um, I met her after coming out here. Um, but yes, when I was 18, yes, I did have a couple of boyfriends. One guy, yes, I can understand. He was way older than I was, and I was just first into the dating situations when I was 18, that and that kind of stuff. Really nice guy and that kind of stuff. But he was a taxi driver. But we're not gonna go there. Hey man, I had to use a pay again when I was 18. Well, he lasted up till I was 19. Well, he was around when I was about 19, in my 20s. Then when I got after that kind of stuff like that. But and that kind of stuff like that. And there was another fellow in there in between. Guys, I was clean. I was smart. I kept myself clean. I used protection, like I always do. I was 18 because that was the number one key back those days. Is keep yourself safe, like it is today. More so, worse today than anything. And then one time, like again, I was, I again, I was, again, I was. There was a Dutch fellow friend of mine. He said he was going to introduce me to, or was it to a guy the same my same age? Find out. It was a natural born woman that was older than myself. We didn't work out, definitely. So we just stayed as good friends, or whatever. Then in 2004, I came out here and I met my wife, and then I got married. I've been married now to her for 14 years, definitely. Um, and that kind of stuff. But even through my high school days, yes, I was in my high school days. Um, there was there was a couple guys my own age that I was interested in, that I dated for a while, that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, I enjoyed that better. But but back in high school days, uh, we did things after school hours, not on school hours, definitely. Um, that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, now there was another gentleman, that was interested in me, that I was interested in when I was in the Orange Lodging before I met my wife. Before I actually, this Dutch fellow tricked me into hooking me up with this other lady. Um, like I said, we just kind of, we went like only one date. That was it. Kind of stuff like that. We didn't work out. That kind of stuff. Well, we weren't fighting or nothing like that. I treated her like with a lot of respect and loyalty, like I do this one. This one's getting too greedy, by the way. Sorry to put her on the spot. Definitely. But yeah. This is the one I settled down with, and like kind of stuff like that. So yes, I was legal dating age, when I was 18, and there was a taxi driver, and then there's also there was another guy, I was also in with, and there was another guy from the Orange and whatever. Again, they were all nice guys, that kind of stuff like that. Then I left there. Then before I met my wife, I was just stayed friends with with the one Dutch fellow tried hooking me up with. Really nice lady. I treated her like totally like royalty and that kind of stuff like that. But she was way too old for me, definitely. She decided that on her own, which was okay. And we just sat down, we talked, and we said we'll just stay as friends, that kind of stuff like that. She was going through a lot of heavy depression and that kind of stuff like that, because she had lost her foster parents on top of her biological parents, and that kind of stuff like that. So it was kind of bad timings. Then at the same time, there was another woman that was way too younger than me. Again, she wasn't even our age. She was taking interest in me and that kind of stuff like that. I said nope. I put up a stop sign. I said sorry, nope. Under 18, no show, no service. Adios. Bye. Bye. Go home. Go get somebody your own age. Not happening. Definitely. Why? I wasn't gonna get myself in trouble. I'll tell you. We didn't even need Beagle and TikTok back those days. But yeah. Again, we stayed. Again, we were just friends and that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, so like I said, like I was I was at one time. Yes, I was. I was almost close. Um, if my friend fellow didn't, my Dutch friend fellow didn't trick me like he did. Um, with the one before this one. Um, Now again, we didn't get married. Well, what she wanted, and the reason why we would have, but the reason why she didn't, because she wanted a wedding I couldn't afford. Definitely. Here she wanted to again because she knew I was in. I had professional training for performing arts, so she was going to try to use my skills. Definitely, she was going to. She wanted no word of a lie. She wanted a Robin Hood medieval wedding. I'm like, I can't afford a Disneyland medieval wedding. What do you look like? What do I look like? Mr. Dress Up to you? Definitely. Totally. Because she wanted me to be Robin Hood and she was going to be made Mary. Not happening. Definitely not. I couldn't afford that. I couldn't even, when I settled, when I met, we broke off on good terms, but she was going a little off her rocker at points, but I can understand that. Like she had her fantasy and that kind of stuff like that. But she came across to me at that point, and not in a bad way, but just not the right one or not being ready, that kind of stuff like that. We're not ready for that kind of a commitment or whatever. But she was in relationships before, just relationships, but she was hurt by too many relationships. But yes, but Leasley, I was polite to her and things like that. And at the time, my community living worker and her community living worker, we sat down and said, "Oh, it's going to work out." Because my mom at the time was a total bitch with her, just like she was with this one. Um, but this one here, me and her fought to stay together. Um, the other one didn't fight. Honestly, couldn't fight as hard. She was more sensitive, um, which is understandable when it came down to my mother and that kind of stuff like that. Meet my mother and that kind of stuff like that. It didn't go over quite well. It was like World War fucking four. Definitely. But yeah. But no, this one here, I'm quite shocked because this one here was like me, didn't put a guard down or whatever. Didn't give up, totally didn't quit, didn't give up. She fought for us to stay together, and definitely. But you know, uh, even though she's varies in difference, in age difference. Again, I was 26. I didn't know how old she was and that kind of stuff like that. Because at the time she didn't have a birth certificate, but she does now. But then I found out she's like in her 50s, and I'm just 40. But yeah, but again, we worked out. And it kind of stuff, and I was shocked because I was ready to was ready to go back the LGBTQ way, definitely, if had to, because I didn't think she would be as strong as she is, definitely, but yeah. That kind of stuff like that. But that's why I said she sure shocked me. And then when I heard her mom passed away, in a way, I can't say it was a relief and that kind of stuff like that. But I was just shocked, indefinitely. But I'm technically slowly myself in my own way. Because based on the way I was born, and I was not happy with the way I was born, and that kind of stuff. Yeah. Now I'm older. I couldn't. Again, when I was younger, I couldn't do anything about it. My doctors couldn't do anything because I was too young. I was under 18. But yes, now I'm old enough. I'm 40. it's easier for me to come out. I don't have to come out to parents or whatever like that. Because, like I said, my father has no say in the matter. Because, like I said, he has not been in my life definitely since I was 3 years of age. It was a way long time ago. So he doesn't really give a shit what I do. Definitely, has no say. Don't give a shit. Um, that kind of stuff like that. So basically, even though that yesterday I don't have agencies around anymore. So it's harder. But um, so again, like I said, it's easier today for me. It'd be easier coming out of the closet, um, and that kind of stuff for that. Um, Definitely. Well, in some cases, they still have their parents around, or if they're living at home with their parents. Yes, I can understand the situation. I have a situation may be different. Um, but yeah. But no, like I said, my father, he never had custody of me, so he did not have any say. He didn't raise me, so he has no say in anything what I do or what I go through, um, or about to go through, anyways, or experience. My mom passed on, so there's no guardianship. There's no agencies that would have had to say what I do. Um, they're not around anymore. They backed off. They ditched me a long time ago. They signed off my files, everything else like that. So technically, they do not have. I can't. Technically, they're not even in my life either anymore. So they don't really have no say. So technically, other than that, I am not supported right now. Right now, I have no agency. I'm a clean slate. I have no agency supporting me whatsoever. Like I'm supposed to have, but I don't. Um, and definitely, so technically, in ways, I'm kind of pushed on down the yellow brick road. um, More or less. So basically, I'm basically at the age I can come and go as I please. Definitely. Um, you know, Basically, again, no parents over me, that kind of stuff like that. Um, Only parent that would have actually had the right to have the would be have the right to be transphobic would be my mother. But she's passed on. But because my stepmother and my dad has not been in my life since I was a little kid. He's been married 3 times or whatever. So yes, I have 2 stepmothers. Fortunately, I can admit that. On top of that, I had on my biological mother, birth mother. But yeah, the other one is in Brockville. She doesn't have anything to do with my dad either. And my dad has no custody over me, and so he doesn't. He has no legal court say or whatever what I do and that kind of stuff like that. Um, because he did not raise me, so I was not under his custody. He would have had to raise me since I was a child to be able to have those says or those rights. He don't have those rights definitely because he's been out of my he's been divorced from my mom since I was 3 years of age. He went on his own streak. He went down his own road. Again, he denied me a long time ago as being his son, even when I was a little kid. When I was a little kid, never paid a cent of child support. Affected my schooling, everything like that. Even when it came to the high school level, wait till I was 16. They told me to leave, that kind of stuff like that, because they were not. Again, there was no records of child support being paid to my mom, to me, and that kind of stuff like that. So I was almost close to being a CAS case. Um, Definitely. But you know, because I was knocking on 17, 18 at the time, or I was 2 years away from being 18. Yes, the CAS didn't touch me with a 3-foot pole. I was just lucky I slid through the cracks, which normally never happens. Totally. And I was lucky and shocked that it did. Totally. So, like I said, other than that, I have no staff support whatsoever from any agency. So definitely they anymore. So they don't have really any say over me like they would have if I had been still on their caseload, um, and they didn't sign off my files, that kind of stuff like that, and they did not say what they said to me, that they don't support me, that kind of stuff like that. So they cleared shit at their end on their own. Um, so you know they ditched me a long time ago, but yeah. So I just wanted to throw that on in there. Um, so basically, from here on in, any decisions that I make or whatever, um, I'm on my own. Um, but yeah, but now, like I said, it's up to my wife if she wants to support me through it or not. Um, that kind of thing. I've already talked to her about it, and she said that she's okay with it. So she's already talked to my doctor's secretary about everything. She's okay with everything. I think my doctor's okay with everything. But the point is, right now, I can't do any. He can't do anything because there's too much. There's too many COVID cases, and he doesn't want to take a risk, and he doesn't want to take a chance on the booking those kind of appointments, and everything gets ignored. Doctors start ignoring their work type deal, and there's and there ends up being conflictions or causes of death or something like that. That's what that's all they're worried about. I'm not saying they can't start that kind of a process or arrangements during COVID, but of transitioning, but they don't want to play it safe, more or less, which I don't blame them really. So they'd rather wait till all the shit show's over, when they can focus properly, and they're not jumping all over the place to the point that they have to ignore patients and that kind of stuff like that. So basically, I'm basically just naturally step by step changing, on my own, like letting my hair come out, that kind of stuff like that. I need I was never taught how to apply makeup. I have applied makeup before, but I've never taken an actual course on it. Like nobody's ever sat down and taught me. Um, Definitely. But yeah. Um, so basically, I'm still stuck between both genders. Definitely, because the way I was born, the two genders. So, um, like I said, so I have my mom's genetics in me, and I also have my dad's. But I take after my mom's more so, and the female genetics are starting to take over. Um, the female gender is starting to take over on its own, on its own free accord. So it's fighting with the other one. Um, but yeah, so but to keep my mind off of stuff, so I don't have again. I have my panic attacks, that kind of stuff like that. I go through those. I go through stress, um, and depression. But to keep my mind off of stuff, I try to I try to keep my mind off stuff by focusing on by trying to watch movies or whatever. Sometimes it helps. It doesn't help always. Um, Try to keep my mind off of stuff, by playing music, watching music videos, uh, surrounding myself with music, because I know we're in rough times and that kind of stuff like that too as well. Um, but yeah, before those transitioning times comes for me, right now it is. I'm just living with what you see here. Definitely, one day at a time, more or less. Trying to keep myself focused, trying to keep myself busy. Um, like he's not even doing. Uh, he hasn't even got to the point yet to change my subscription, from acid reflux pills to the proper subscription that I kind of need, for transitioning, that kind of stuff like that. He's not even doing that right now because of the pandemic or whatever. So he's just keeping me on my acid reflux and asthma puffer. That's all he's keeping me on right now. But pretty soon he is going to change all that because I won't be it won't be able to be he'll no longer be able to subscribe those to me if he starts subscribing transition meds because they can't counteract with each other indefinitely. So when he's clear to do that, or cause I have to go in, I have to make an appointment to go in to see him and actually interview with him, definitely, and then I have to go through different sessions. I have to go through appointments. I got to find out if I have to pay for the appointments myself or if they're going to be covered by OHIP. If not, then I have to. I'm going to have to find out how I'm going to, raise some money or whatever for myself, because I did have a 1 day a week job where I could save a little bit of money for that. But yes, but when the pandemic hit, I lost my job, so that didn't help any. Definitely, 1 day a week job. So, of course, and just like I said, as far as my wife looks after my finances and the stuff too as well. So I don't see a dime of anything, totally. Definitely. So like I said, right now, like she does good at that end of it, but like I said, it is, like I said, it's rough times right now. Definitely. When COVID kind of hit. So, and plus now what I'm hearing on the media about, our government's, trying to pass all of a sudden laws against these I don't know how to put it in a polite way, against people that are different, or in these different communities, or even are trying to attack the LGBTQ or trying to attack the trans community. Like even Justin Trudeau's getting just as bad. I don't know why, but it's not right. Totally not right. I agree. If they're putting up a big protest on that, I don't blame them for advocating for that. Definitely. I'm eventually one day going to go through the same thing. Like I'm right now going through the spiritual end of things. Have been since I was a child, but again, doctors couldn't do anything about it. But yeah, one day physically I'm going to go through it. My transitioning time is going to come. Just don't know when. But but right now there's so much correlation going on. There's no respect. There's too much hate going on. Definitely because people are different. Like look how bad it is. Like they took away Dr. Seuss. I remember that book when I was a kid. Definitely. Again, they're trying to take away Coca-Cola. They're trying to take away Dr. Seuss. They're taking away Aunt Jemima. All the stuff that I remember growing up with in the 1990s. I was born in 1980s. 1980, growing up in the 1990s, like all of a sudden they're taking all that stuff away because they're trying to deem it as all being racist. I think that is totally wrong. But again, it's just one of the societies we're living in today, definitely. But yeah, so like I said, guys, to keep my mind off of my depression and my PTSD, that kind of stuff, which I was diagnosed at 18 with, and with CMA, Canadian Mental Health. I was diagnosed with a lot of crap. They tried diagnosing me as a schizophrenic, but man, I'm not at a bad level to the point that I have to be totally institutionalized. Definitely, they're afraid. My mother should have been institutionalized before she died because of how far out she was gone. Definitely, when Huntington's took her, again, or my older sister has been hospitalized because she was so far, she was so far disturbed, uh, schizophrenia wise. Um, but yeah, but I have not. I've been able to contain myself and somewhat keep myself under control. Definitely, no, not all of us got put meds on. It's just the serious cases of it that gets put on meds. If they, I mean, again, if they were hospitalized like into institutions like psychiatrical institutions, then those are the only ones that actually get medicated for it. Definitely, but some of us other ones I'm just never. I hope I never get to that kind of a stage, but um, my depression never went that far. But yes, with some of us, it did go that far. Definitely. But it's not bad. It is like again, I have it with me. It's containable. It's controllable. Um, but yeah, like I'm not talking. I'm talking to a camera on a camera, guys. I have not got to a bad stage where I'm like literally yelling at myself or talking to myself or fighting with something that's not there. Sometimes it sounds like it, but no, I'm not. Definitely. Um, Basically, it's just all having a bad day or being stressed out. Um, because my buttons got pushed too far. Because people push my buttons too far and they shouldn't know how to push them. And they knew which ones to push, type deal. Um, it was just more of a uh, just more of an anxiety attack than anything. Nothing big major. Um, or just a little bit of depression. Everybody goes through that. Even the healthiest people go through that. They can't say they don't. They do. They just don't know when I'm in it. Definitely. But yeah, I don't know. I was gonna go Bigo for a bit tonight. I might actually be too late for Bigo. I try not to go on too late at our time and that kind of stuff like that too as well. As people are very good on there too as well. Um, Again, I'm going to try to get up earlier so I get time to go on these different platforms. And definitely. Um, but yeah, so like I said, it's between watching movies on Netflix, by watching DVDs, Blu-rays, it's keeping me busy, it's keeping me calm, it's keeping my mind off of stuff, that kind of stuff like that. So, like, you know, um, I'm not fully into what you call the full depression end of the changes, like most people would experience, because a lot of people just 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 get so go too far into the depression that that they won't be able to focus on movies and that kind of stuff, like that video games, where some of us can focus, can knows how to get to a certain point to calm ourselves down. But in some cases, it's just hard for some people. Um, but yes, so with me, yes, movies, cartoons, or whatever. Even though I'm too old to watch cartoons, I still watch. Yes, I still watch cartoons at my age because it keeps my nerves calm, that kind of stuff like that. Definitely doing what I can to kind of keeping myself occupied, if you want to put it that way. Totally. And just just by doing these YouTube shows, just to entertain you guys by hobby or whatever, um, and that kind of stuff like that, keeping me quite busy. No, I am on TikTok. I have not gotten to the point yet that my lovely picture is showing up on Coca-Cola cans yet, or Pepsi cans yet. That'd be nice, but no. I haven't got that famous yet. Definitely, that'd be funny. Yeah. But man, maybe I was going for St. Patrick's Day. I don't know. This year, maybe, or even beer cans, or even on the beer trucks. Do I or Coca-Cola trucks? I don't see my lovely picture on there. Definitely not yet. Anyways, so I haven't gone too viral yet. When you go too viral when you hit the newspaper, um, and like put you in the newspaper for social media. Um, like doing social media shows or whatever for during COVID times or whatever. Or during COVID, they love your videos to the point they end up in Coca-Cola commercials or your picture even. They take your picture and put it up, slap it on the side of a Coca-Cola truck or a beer truck or uh, or a Pepsi truck or a beer can or Pepsi can. No, I haven't got that pretty yet. Definitely. Um, I haven't gone that viral yet. Definitely. Um, I'm not gonna put my foot in my mouth. Definitely. Um, Knowing TikTok, yes, they do. You'd be surprised what they do when it comes to that department. So maybe sometimes it is a good thing that if you don't know who's screenshotting you, that kind of stuff. That I hope it is for that good purpose, but usually the people that do it are not doing it for a good purpose. Definitely. Um, they're doing it to ruin you. Definitely. You gotta be careful with that. But yeah, I just thought I kind of put that kind of into kind of a bit of a comedian kind of sense of humor. I will be doing the same thing again like I did last year. Again, like might be doing some more Canada Day Live at Home this July 1st. A little bit of comedy jokes on my cadet career, on my cadet days. Definitely. Um, that's what I couldn't figure out. Maybe it could have been just the stress at the time. I was not focusing properly when I went in to do the aptitude test. But yes, if I wasn't if I wasn't going through the heavy stress with my mom at the time or whatever, I was 21. I would have I would have gotten in. I just realized that now I would have. I would have known that. But yeah, again, I had, of course, it was Peterborough. I had too much stress built up on me. I wasn't focusing. Probably wasn't thinking straight. Totally, my head was probably all over the place. Um, because I had just gone out on my own, that kind of stuff like that too, as well. That's when I was mostly home. I let too much. Um, I let basically I put up again. I let the stress take over me, that kind of stuff like that. So that's probably why I flunked the test, because if I got accepted, like I said, this is before I met her and became Catholic, before I left the Orange Order when I was eligible. If I passed their degrees, um, their tests, um, I should have been able to pass at the same time. Should have been passed the military aptitude test. Um, Definitely. But I was not thinking. I was not focusing and thinking straight. Probably today, yes, I probably pass it, no problem now. Um, Again, I'm not putting my hopes up, but because somebody say, "Oh, no, we'll go snatch him up." Um, but now I've got commitments, and yeah, I don't have any children, but my wife would not probably be for. Um, always moving around from base to base to base to ship or whatever. Um, and I probably would do well as a sailor. I would do well probably as whatever, like I again or cook or as a cook in the kitchen, um, that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, or or a balsam mate or something like that. Um, I probably would do well at that, but again, one thing I would have my size against me. Pretty soon my age against me. Um, that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, um, I don't. I probably would have no choice but yes to take this off. Or unless maybe I would be able to get by putting it in a bun. Who knows? Or ponytail. Tuck it up and under. As long as it's up off the neck, off the ears, sideburns off, they wouldn't care. 2 bits, probably. I don't know. I'm not. I can't say what the uniformity code is today. If it's the same before, then yes, it will have to come off. Um, Definitely. But if they've changed it, um, then yeah, I would probably get by with just wrapping it up in a bun and tucking it up under. Um, Definitely. Um, but yeah, I and those days, again, I didn't even think I didn't even have a. And another downfall was I didn't have a resume prepared. Definitely, I basically yes, I mean I went into the recruiting lineup unprepared, um, and not ready for the interview, not prepared for the interview. Um, was one of my big mistakes. Other than that, I was doing well. Um, at first, you know, you know, uh, presenting myself from being cadets and that kind of stuff like that. And they had my cadet file right in front of them, cadet files in front of them. But yes, you know, now I'm out of shape. Back those days, yes, I would have been in shape. I'm not. I know I'm not overweight, nothing like that. I'm a perfect weight. Um, so yes, I would qualify for the physical fitness training end of it. Um, you know, but nowadays I tire out too easily and quicker, like I would have then. Um, but you never know. I would have just barely, just with flying colors, would have just barely made it through. Um, if I went and tried again today. And then of course now there's online applicants, that kind of recruiting, that kind of stuff like that. But still, you still have to go in for the physical PT training, testing, um, and to be approved. Um, but yeah, um, I know for I know at that time they were telling me if I had got accepted, that I was close to being accepted. They said they had no problem accepting me. Um, I was close to it. I just didn't meet again because I didn't have the grade. I didn't have the grade 10 credits, 15 high school credits. I did not have a grade 12 diploma, um, or a GED to get in the doors. Um, Definitely. Um, Kind of again, and I still don't have that. Um, just because of the experiences I had just shared with you, or what I went through or experienced as a child. A reason why I don't have it and can't get it, or being denied it. Um, Definitely. Um, but yeah, but like I said today, yes, I'd have to go. If I went something like that today and I did get accepted, it'd be a miracle. Definitely. I would have to go alone. Definitely, because my wife went before traveling, that kind of stuff like that. Um, and anything that I want on, if I had one for that today and I got numerically, if I got accepted and I got taken in, anything that I'm on now would all legally become hers. Would have to be signed over to her. Um, and definitely, because I'd have to. It's entering into another world. Is entering into another community in general. Um, and definitely, I'd have to sacrifice a lot. Definitely, um, like literally down to nothing. Definitely. Um, if I was to ever to be accepted by something like that, definitely. Um, but yeah, um, this is why I'm not going. Like, yeah, some spouses will just up and for the fuck of it, they just go and do it. Um, but I have respect not to do that, definitely, because like I said, I'm tied right. I'm tied down commitments, everything else like that. Um, I've developed some type of a life here, definitely. That's not at some days it doesn't feel like it's working out. Definitely, like I live in a town where they treat me like shit, um, and they're rude, they're arrogant, kind of stuff like that. But I let it in one ear and out the other. You know, I don't listen to the propaganda end of it. Definitely, um, you know. Um, I live in a town full of people that like to spread rumors. They like to gossip, everything like that. With my type of anxiety and stress, I can't handle that kind of stuff. Um, I shouldn't admit that I have stress because everybody has their levels of stress. Um, I just can't handle that. Totally handle it. That throws me right off the deep end. I cannot handle that. You know, people more so today, even with this pandemic, people are more racist. They're more out of control. Um, even though our police services try their hardest to keep these kind of people under control, they can't even do it. They're turning back on them, like they're literally setting their police cars on fire. I know, I see it on the news. Um, I see how bad it's getting out there. Definitely, I'm not saying specifically our small town is doing that, but in the big cities, yes, that's what they're doing. They're almost got you know the actual Canadian Armed Forces almost ready to be deployed out on them, because on how bad it's getting. Definitely, how bad these protests get, or how violent they get. They're just not safe. So it doesn't matter if you're green, if you're in the green, in the gray, whatever, what hell you're in. It has really nothing to do with the colors. It more has to do with the covert behavior that's going on out in the world today. Is what they're talking about. Numbers being high, and it's not always the actual virus itself or the deaths. It is the murdering that's going on. It's people going missing. Um, you know. Um, this is why I thought like this is a good time. Yes, I know this would have been a good time for the military to start recruiting us ex cadets, definitely, and forget about the educational shit. Um, because they need as many men and women as they need in their doors, during these times, definitely, especially if they're getting to the point that they need people to go out to the front lines to 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 deal with situations, definitely. But like the one guy was saying, uh, they don't have a certain, the House of Commons doesn't have a specific order of chain of emergency, uh, that or war action plan or whatever like that, to even deploy them out against these riots. Where down in the United States, they can deploy all the military armed forces, military guys right out to actually stop these riots and to even protect the police officers if have to. Um, you know, but here in Canada, we don't have. I guess we don't have that kind of. Again, I'm not trying to get into politics, but we don't have that kind of a system that we should have had, definitely. like he was saying. I think I'm saying that correctly. I'm not. I don't want to really repeat what he says in his live streams because that's his content. Um, I know I was listening to him on TikTok. He's an ex MP, military police officer from base board. So yeah, I was there in 1995. So yes, I might have crossed paths with him at one point. Definitely when I was in Army Cadets. I was in India Company, whatever, and that kind of stuff like that. And he's actually down in Barrie, but yeah, he's a biker veteran. He is a retired police officer and military police officer. He was talking on that earlier today on TikTok. Under respect, I'm not going to give his name out and that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, he is a nice guy. He looks like to be a guy to talk to and that kind of stuff. When it comes down to kind of their outlook on these kind of situations or how they deal with these situations on an everyday basis. Or how their squad, how the Wyatt squad units work and that kind of stuff like that. Before they're actually can be active, and definitely on these kind of situations that are going on in the world today with these big riots and stuff like that. So. And how bad you're getting out of hand and everything else like that. Like I said, even growing up when I was a kid, I had a youth pastor. When I went to his youth group, he was a retired police officer, and one of the church deacons. I grew up with his kids, and he was still a serving police officer. I think he is still today, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think he fully retired yet. Down in the Peterborough area, and the one guy that I know from the Orange Order and that kind of stuff like that, he was a uniform officer, and he went to be an undercover NARC, whatever you want to call him, undercover detective and crime stoppers, that kind of stuff. So he went right up the ladder. He's a senior citizen. I don't know if he's fully retired yet or not, but he went right to the top unit, definitely. And he was also a prison guard for years, definitely. I think it was Millbrook. He said he was working in Millbrook, and then the new super one in Lindsay, definitely they had built. He was working in there. But yeah, so yes, I know people in very high places that I shouldn't know, but I that my grandfather, he lived to see me born and that kind of stuff that he was in with, and I shared a little bit of his lifestyle and that kind of stuff like that, all from his war days. He shared with me, and then how he grew up to see me be, he survived everything to see me born, and he died in the comfort of his own bed in Calgary, Alberta, definitely, one night in about 1990. But back in 1984, yeah, he was doing. He was on like I was sharing. He was on board with the the film production. Again, he didn't live long enough for them to interview him for YouTube. Nowadays, can get you because of YouTube. So he didn't make the interviews, but the guys will probably remember his name and that kind of share it on here. But he worked with Wolfgang Peterson and all them guys on the movie The Neverending Story that was being filmed. He went back to his home country with them to Nazi Germany and the cast and everything else like that. That kind of stuff like that, and he was in on all those projects, and plus he was the head of the Freemasons for years and that kind of stuff. That World War II vet, ex-Nazi, German Nazi, survivor of the Nazi Holocaust, all that kind of stuff. I can get into that definitely because on how bad these days are getting. Movie, film director, everything else like that. He was on those crews. He used to travel. He was all over the place. And or his time, and just before he got out of the service, he went into the Air Force, like Canadian Air Force. When he got his Canadian citizenship, because he had earned it, that kind of stuff like that. He was a mechanic. Everything else like that, again, he was, and that kind of stuff like that. And he used to go down through the states with the Freemasons, or he used to be in with the Nazi Illuminati, with the KKKs. I'm not gonna get into all that kind of stuff. Because I'm his grandson, that don't put a label on me, guys, does not make me a bad person. That was him, not me. I did not follow in his footsteps, definitely. So be happy for me, definitely. I could have, but I could have went his actual genetical route of and everything he was in, but no, I didn't. Definitely. I'm glad I didn't. Um, you know, um, like I said, I was born here in Ontario, Canada, but I tell you, I would probably suck what he did well at during the war days, if you want to put it that way. Definitely. But yes, no, I'm not trying to put myself down or anything, but yes, you know, um, I know. Didn't get to uh, move up the ladder like I was hoping to. Um, that's that I enjoyed doing. Um, you know, that basically that was like a family to me. Anyways, it was more of a family to me than my own. Definitely. Um, like Army cadets, Air cadets was more of a family to me than anything. I'll tell you. Didn't get to graduate, didn't get to go and go up with my cadet friends and that kind of stuff like that. Um, Way up the ladder, way into the services like I hoped. Um, you know, that just ended up not being a road for me. Somebody had other plans for some reason. Somebody up in the clouds had other plans for me, if you want to put it that way. I don't know why, but um, you know, or I would have been there. I would have been there a long time ago. Definitely, um, I would have been in. But again, it was a head sergeant major from Trenton, so it was harder to get in. It wasn't a local recruiting sergeant from Peterborough, because they like she said, if it had been a local recruiting sergeant from Peterborough, yes, I would have gotten in no problem. I would have got around because just being an army cadet, being in the army cadets and air cadets, he would have took me under his wing and automatically got me around the aptitude tests. Because back those days they were saying that if you were in Army cadets or air cadets, you didn't have to do the aptitude test. The local recruiting sergeant was saying that, and then the head lady made it when she was in the recruiting officer, and I got there and she was in the recruiting office. She goes by the book, so because she has to go by the book because she's the head of Department of National Defense. Um, no matter if we were coming from cadets or not, we still had to do the aptitude test, like it or not. We couldn't get around that thing. But if we had found a door or back door to get in or to get accepted without the educational end of shit, um, you know, it would have been awesome. It would have been great. They would or go back to the way it was, or the way they used to recruit in my grandfather's time. Recruit them as they're coming in the door. They would have got their men. They would have got their women to serve. Definitely. But no, Justin Trudeau had to make it like fucking university and fucking high school, and he had to do away with the military schools, the actual training schools. That you would go to first, definitely, or classes that you'd have to go to first, because at one time, I'm not comparing them both, but at the one time, again, before these days happened, it was easier to get it. If I had to use my head and did it when I was 17 while I was in cadets, I would have gotten in no problem, because all they did was was take you from cadets and put you through a soldier preparational class, where they take you and they taught you everything, taught you all the difference between what you were taught in cadets and the difference that you would be teaching in the services. There would be a prep recruiting class. Like they said, they don't have those anymore. So now they just slam an aptitude test on you, because automatically, no, you have to have a high school diploma now. You have to have a university degree, and even people with university degrees and high school diplomas weren't even getting in. Very few. So they, again, Trudeau had made it. Sorry to bring him up. Made it harder for people to get in. Definitely. And to the point that anybody that was not in cadets had their first options. Definitely that did not have any militant relationship or family members, that kind of stuff like that, or had never even been in cadets. We're all getting in. A lot of us cadets got totally rejected. Totally got rejected. Especially when we all through when we were Army cadets and Air cadets or Sea cadets, we worked our fucking asses off to try to get to the top. It didn't work, to the point that we were set up to be facing rejection and discrimination. Really, if you really look at it, I'm not worried about it, because I know that that's exactly what they do. They like to play mind games. They like to play head games. You got to watch out for that. But it is not as easy to get in as when everybody was getting in at 17 years of age, when they were still in the middle of their cadet training, which I should have done then. But I was too tied down, living at home and everything like that. I had an overprotective mother that wouldn't let me go nowhere hardly half the time. Without she had to be there. I know. I think that kind of what threw them off, or they didn't like. It is my space was not being respected, definitely, at all ever. Was more being controlled than anything. And I guess they seen that. And they started having too much of a heart for her, because she would put on a drama act, or she'd break down crying in front of them, especially when I went to apply for these services, because she had followed me in. And it doesn't look good when you're in a recruiting line of going through through an interview with the Canadian Armed Forces, and she's making me look like I'm a fucking mama's boy. Definitely. She started up a crying scene in front of them, and it started fit, and it had discouraged them. It had pissed them off. And then they had to come up with the excuse. Well, yeah, we see on your file you're a good cadet. You're somebody we would be interested in, but they had said, "So right now is not your time. It's not the right time." Because I guess they knew my mom was that I was the only child living at home. Being a single mother, she was on welfare, whatever, putting up a big fucking crying act in the fucking army. It was like, for God fucking sakes, I tell you. She acted like I was acting more of a mature adult than she was. And I was only 21, and she but I didn't realize that it had anything to do with her illness or whatever. It made me look totally fucking bad. Totally made me look fucking bad. And definitely, when to me, Army cadets and Air cadets was my home, was more of a family to me than anything. But yeah, when it came down to the real challenge end of it, I didn't get accepted. I actually learned to take rejection. Definitely, that's when I learned to deal with rejection. And my pat and today, to carry on today, or even in a town that likes to do the same thing to my face, it pisses me off because it brings my past up in my face. And I don't like it. Definitely, because they get very, what you call it. They get very harassing over it. Um, it is like I'm seeing my fucking past, and I shouldn't be. Um, I mean, this like I said, even coming here the second time, I was not for it, really, because to this town anyways, because it is not my future. It's all my past. Like, my dad was here, it's all my fucking past. Definitely. um this is why I said it is, but I live with it. I tolerate it. Again, I'm paying. Again, I pay good rent here, and this is what I can afford. But you know, I didn't. If I couldn't go the military way, I wanted to go the other way. I wasn't coming here. I was not. My idea of coming to Wyerton here was not on my agenda. This is what my wife wanted to be, and I respected that. Um, but I was heading towards. I was going to change provinces, even though that I knew that a lot of stuff that's helping me right now is not transferable. I would have to apply all over again, and start from fresh. Um, you know, but no. I wasn't expecting my past to keep coming up in my face. Definitely. At all, ever. And with my dad living here, this is my past. Definitely. This is not how I see my future. Really. I'm not saying I'm not happy with being married. I think that is great. But living here, or having to deal with somebody from my past that didn't want nothing to do with me, living in the same town as him, sorry, was not my forte. Definitely. Because that's where it's causing all the trouble. Because this is where all the trouble's starting from. It's from his end of things, not mine. Definitely. Again, it's a small town, can't offer nothing. Um, there's nothing here. Um, there's like nothing to do here. There's like, it's not a place to live. It's more of a tourist industry. It's more for people to retire and that kind of stuff like that. It's a blank and you miss town. People, even the tourists, when they're allowed to tour, it's a hiking industry. It's a camping industry. It's a sightseeing industry. People come here to camp, sleep, eat. Boom. Where's all the excitement? Sawmill Beach. In the summertime, only the summertime. Everything shuts down in the winter. When the beaches are open, Sawmill Beach right now with the pandemic, nothing's open, not even summertime. But usually this is a summer destination. It's not winter. Most of the business owners here that are here are from Toronto. They live in Toronto. They don't live here. They're only here for the summer months to open up their businesses and that kind of stuff like that. Other than that, there's really, same with South Beach. Wintertime is dead, totally dead. It's not like I'm used to the big cities, that kind of stuff like that. So my goal was to go down, go into my future end of things, going down where my mom was originally from, to Montreal, Quebec, and starting up my future, that kind of stuff like that, moving forward, not being totally held back like this. Definitely, I know my wife's not holding me back or whatever, but yeah, but now I like I'm comfortable and content. I made a life here. I did have a 1 day a week job, that kind of stuff like that. where they could have transferred me from one dentist office to another if they really wanted to, for employment, that kind of stuff like that. No one going to, if I was ever decided to go that way, I could get a recommendation letter and a totally, transfer from their office here down and probably get more hours down there. Um, Definitely than I'm getting here. Um, but yeah, but the only thing is anything like pensions, part-time pension wise, would not be transferable. Um, and my wife already went through this before I met her, even before she became my wife. She was telling me with Edmonton, Alberta, and then she came back this way. Um, well, initially there she had everything around her, but I guess she didn't know people, definitely, or she didn't have no relatives there and that kind of stuff. She was telling me, but yeah. Um, so before I met her, she came down through Cambridge area or Kitchener. Um, but at least I had my cousin down there, definitely in Montreal. Um, yeah, I would have had to go back and I'd have to go into like language therapy programs and that kind of stuff to speak the language, definitely, um, and that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, but nope. That, of course, my dad again in 2004. That's the direction. In 2004, when I first went out on my own, I was going to board before I even met my wife. I was going to board a bus and go down to Montreal, change provinces. My dad stopped me, definitely, because that was before my aunt Heather died, and she was making up a big storyline, making up a big horror story out of the place. Definitely, being from there herself. But I thought she'd be a proud Quebecer to at least see relatives, more and more relatives go back that way, uh, and or see her nephews or that kind of stuff take interest in going that way, and definitely to make a better life for themselves. But during this pandemic, yeah, now life is probably not so better down there, because now that they're experiencing the same thing we're experiencing. But before all this hit, definitely, yeah, that's where I wanted to be. That's where I would have seen my lifestyle, totally. But then getting married, and my wife wanted to be close to her mom, so she wanted to come back this way. That's the only way I agreed to come back this way. Um, and definitely, because out of my family, my cousin was in Montreal, was the only one uh, that was taking a liking, was accepting my wife as, you know, being with me. But the rest of my family was not for it, definitely. Um, but yeah, like there goes the big subway cars for me. There goes the big street metro systems for me. There goes the big city life for me that I'm used to. Um, I'm not used to this country crap. Totally. I'm sorry, it's not me. Um, Definitely not me. I'm a, like, sorry guys, I'm a Hollywood type city boy, um, or person, if you want to put it that way. Um, I was always raised in the city. I hate these little village towns. I hate them out of passion. Totally. Um, I like it better when people don't know you, so they can't talk about you behind your back, or not very easy for them that even know who you're related to. Definitely. Um, they can start rumors and stuff like that goes on in these small towns. Definitely. Um, like I've always been like I fit and adjust better in a city than I do in these little fucking hick towns. I'll tell you. Um, because there's more to do in cities. Right now with the pandemic, yeah, there's nothing to do because everything's all locked down. But once they get back up and operating again and going, and you start opening up again, and things things stop, and this thing's totally over with. Uh, the cities, yeah, there's more to do. There's more things to belong to. Like there's city transit. There's more job opportunities. That kind of crap. Um, nope, not these little shit towns. Definitely. Um, before community living got rude with me, before they denied my transfer from Peterborough to here. They actually, after putting me, set me up in this job thing years ago, and they just took a liking to me. They just kept me on. Then all of a sudden, before this pandemic hit, they approached me after they had the changeover, and they accused me of taking jobs away from their people. Um, they're violently accusing me everything. I don't like living in a town that's going to be like this. Totally. It's not safe for me when they start acting out like that. Totally. Or they can make fun of somebody because they're different. Um, or they can be hypocritical. Or knowing that, yes, it could be my dad behind half this crap too. Who knows, right? So, because he was never a father to me when I was growing up. He could be trying to get revenge on me for some reason because I look like my mom. Because I come from a previous marriage and I'm ruining and fucking up his town and fucking up his life. Apparently, he's offended. He's insulted. Um, you know, um, so he's doing whatever in his power to cause trouble. That's all it is, because of personal grudge and hate. Definitely. Um, this is why I said this town was never safe for me to begin with. This why I said like I don't like it. Never did. I just tolerate it, but because this is where my wife wants to be, at least I'm being respectful, and before before my time comes to transition or whatever, if it's the transitioning times come or whatever, I can say it. At least I was a gentleman, and let my wife choose where she wanted to be. Um, you know, I could have been mean like any other guy would. Pack her shit and move her off to Montreal. But I had respect not to do that. I gave her the option where she wanted to go, where she wanted to be. She wanted to be here closer to her parents, which closer to her mom, which I respected. That kind of stuff like that. But yeah, that kind of stuff like that, because I didn't want to see her be like me. Have nobody, be separated from her. Be close to her in case of emergency or whatever. For a bit, where she respected me being close to my mom, for a bit down in where I grew up, but now my mom's passed on. Like I said, my father's had nothing to do with me for years. He denied me a long time ago as being his son. So, hey, might as well just let the female gender take me over, shine through, and change over. Because that is the new modern. That is the science and medical science of no choices these days. Definitely, the good advantage of being born of both genders, of genetics, which does happen. But yeah, but like I said, I've like if something like I said, my wife's already almost a senior, and like I said, she's not going to be around forever. I like she's hanging out this long, but yeah, like people get sick, they get ill. There's gonna come a time where I'm gonna experience a loss of her. I'm not wishing that on her or nothing like that, but yes, I'm aware of with the better or for worse. Yes, there's gonna come a time where she's gonna surprise me and she's no longer gonna be here. And I don't mean moving wise or jumping to another guy wise. No, I'm not saying that. There's going to come a time where she could get sick, she could get ill. Every human does. There is a life cycle. We live, we die. They don't live forever. Ever. I thought my mother, ever since I was a kid, I was great. Yeah, my mother was going to live forever. Oh no! Surprise, surprise. Happens very quickly. 2017. Boom. She's gone. Hey, bada boom, bada bing. Groundhogs are bringing her mail. Surprise, surprise. Surprise phone call from the funeral home. We got your mother. I'm like, what did you do? Abduct her? No. She died at the hospital before she came into the funeral home. So we didn't have to have the undertaker abduct her. I shouldn't joke like that. But yeah, it happens so quickly, guys. It does. And you don't see it coming. You don't see it coming. That's where karma kicks you in the freaking ass, especially during these COVID times, especially when it comes down to the elderly, the seniors. Definitely. I'm not a senior, but I'm not even halfway in my middle age yet. Um, I'm not playing who's this next game or that kind of stuff. This is a serious topic, guys, that a lot of people really don't think about. Um, and they don't really think about it when they're treating people like shit. That isn't doing anything wrong to them and that kind of stuff like that. Um, and and I hate to say it, it is the people that treat people like shit that show up have the guts to show up at their funeral, to laugh their asses off. Um, Definitely. And their whole lifestyle, they treat people like shit. They talk about them behind their back, everything else like that. They're total pricks and assholes towards them. But a moment there's a death in the family or whatever, who's right there is the trolls. Not family, trolls. Are the first ones to walk through the doors. Definitely. I know it happens all the time. I hate to say that. It does. They do it for clout. They do it for envy and hate. Um, they do it for spite, and they do it to literally get you more worked up than anything, than what you're already going through. So those are the serious topics. Like right now, my wife's okay. She's doing well. But like I said, I know there's going to come a time where I'm going to go through that again. When I went through with my mother, I know there's going to come a time where I'm going to go through that again. The second time. Indefinitely. So like those are things I gotta really be alert and prepare myself for. Now I wasn't prepared for my mother going, definitely, because my mother was the type, she used to play head games. She used to like to fake that kind of stuff her whole entire life. And I got so used to her faking it, I didn't when it happened in 2017, and I started getting the phone calls and the emails. I was not taking it seriously at all, definitely. Because I thought she was making again. I thought she was crying wolf because she cried. Excuse me, she cried wolf so many fucking times, definitely. And she used to make these little conning acts, definitely, to get people to feel sorry for her, to jump for her. Definitely, she would worry people. But when it happened in 2017, it happened for real, and nobody really could take it seriously. Um, this is why I say, guys, it's never a joke. It is taken very, 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 very seriously. Definitely. And I was also grateful that the guy that was my sponsor for the RCIA class, that he did have a memory mass for it. At least that he thought of her to do that. Again, I tried my best to everything to get down to her celebration of life, her funeral. I could not get down. The condition I was in, I could not get down to my mom's funeral because I would have been arrested and detained in Toronto. Because boarding a Greyhound bus under stressful conditions don't go over well. That's why I avoided from going down. If I couldn't get personal transportation to and from, or no agency was going to support me to and from properly, back down there and back up this way properly, there was no way I was going to go down there. Definitely, because I wouldn't have gotten down there. I would have not got past Toronto. Definitely. I'd be lucky I got past Owen Sound. I would have not got past Toronto. Definitely. I would have been detained and stranded forever in Toronto. I would never be coming back this way. Definitely. Because I would have been suspended from the coach line service. Definitely. I and I didn't want to go through that. Like I had an anxiety attack coming up this way, and I was lucky I was not kicked off. I came close to being kicked off even moving up this way because I took an anxiety attack, and my mom was still alive when I moved out this way. Um, Definitely, she didn't die till 2017. I came out here in 2010, 2011, back out this way. This is why I said it is. It is. I was basically um, not treated that well out here. Definitely. Um, and now, like I wouldn't even go back. I wouldn't even attempt to live back in Peterborough after everything, because, like I said, there'd be nothing left to go back there. What would there be? Me, only thing there would be if I didn't have my wife around and I had no choice and I had to go back that way. All of that would be there for me. I would be back in the mission, definitely, and I'd be sleeping on the Park Street bench, eating out of a garbage can, definitely. Um, I'd be exposed. I would be totally, 100%ly a different person, definitely. Um, I talk about going downhill very badly. I would have went downhill way too badly. Um, Definitely worst. Then back to square one where I started off. Definitely. Um, you know, uh, like a couple of times I got threatened to be put back out on the streets, uh, and that kind of stuff like that. Um, Over a cat. Um, they didn't mind the dog, but they wouldn't let me have cats. So, and the cat was here first, but I didn't want to part with the cat, but I had to do the right thing to keep a roof over my head. I had to get rid of the cat. Um, but they said I could keep her. Um, why? Because she's white. Why? Because the cat was black. Wow. Talk about racism. Whoop-de-doo. Um, but yeah, um, like I said, but um, you know, like I said, I keep myself as safe as much as possible. That kind of stuff like that. I'm very cautious. That's why I'm very cautious on who I hang out with. Um, you know, I don't trust a lot of people anymore, like I used to. A couple times, and before I got married, we had a roommates, and they didn't work out. The one guy had actually physically assaulted me, and I had him arrested, everything else like that. I didn't have no choice. I had to. I didn't want to, but I had to. Um, because I found some things on him that I didn't want to be responsible for. I didn't want in my home, that kind of stuff. Because stuff that I don't partake in specifically. Now, again, it wasn't the legalized stuff. It was the hard stuff that's illegal. Um, that kind of like that. And I broke good friends. Broke a very good friendship with my youth pastor over because at the time he was my landlord. Um, it put me and him on bad terms when my whole entire life, since my childhood, me and him were on good terms. Him and his wife, um, they were good to me and everything else like that. Like again, they took me under their wing and they treated me like their own kids, definitely. Um, you know, um, like that family was so close to me and that kind of stuff like that. Um, and this guy had his roommate ruined all that, definitely. Um, he totally separated that connection, totally. Um, and that kind of stuff. That's why I said like I said like where I grew up, there's nothing there left. That door, I had no choice. That door is closed. Um, that kind of stuff like that. I closed that door. Closed off long. I closed those doors a long time ago. I had no choice after my mom died. Again, there's nothing left there. Totally nothing left for me there. Definitely. Um, what families left? They went off to Lindsay. Again, they moved on with their life. You don't see much of them. My cousin that lives in Toronto, and she's got her own life. Um, when I was helping out with the Stonewall guy, and the guy was nice enough uh, to buy it. They invite me to Canada's Wonderland and that kind of stuff like that. And money that I saved up from that month. That he wasn't paying me to do the work and that kind of stuff like that. I just offered to help him for nothing. But he invited me to Canada's Wonderland and that kind of stuff like that. He taken a bus tour there and he paid for everything. But yeah, he was nice enough there, and I was grateful for that. But what little money spending money I had that I had saved up, I was kind of connect with my cousin to take her out for coffee or whatever. But we ended up playing phone tag. This is before I put my cell phone out of service. Definitely. And this was just 2 summers ago, just after my mom passed away. Because she didn't know my mom had passed away, and I was trying to connect with her to tell her that kind of stuff like that she had lost an aunt, 2 aunts in a row. Well, the one she knew in Toronto of, but my mom she was shocked, she was not aware of. And deaf. But yes, I was gonna again. But yeah. We ended up missing that kind of connection with what's left of my family that's in Toronto, anyways. Just her and my uncle, that kind of stuff like that. My mom's twin sister in Peterborough, but they're both the one in Peterborough. She is giving up. I guess she's talking about on her own choice. She's at the age she wants to go into a nursing home. That I don't know why she would choose that when she's living independently on her own. But I guess she's at that age. She doesn't want to live on her own anymore. That kind of stuff with that. She's afraid of falling and that kind of stuff. I don't blame her on that kind of bit. I guess her health is going down and that kind of stuff. She's not that well, but no. But she has my cousin down there, my twin cousin that looks after her, that kind of stuff. Looks after her, that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, I have not heard any update at that end, anyways. Hope I don't hear any surprises. Far as my uncle Robbie is in Toronto still. He's doing well. He's recuperating. The way I put it, from all his getting hit by cars. I guess they have plans to. He's got medical staff that goes in and visits him and that kind of stuff like that. It looks after him because he's afraid to go out on his own. He's afraid of getting hit by cars and that kind of stuff. I don't blame him one bit. I think they have him in some type of group home program where he does live independently on his own, but he has like a group home staff that sees him during the day or whatever. That kind of stuff like that. So yeah, he's out of commission. But yeah, like I said, other than that, only other cousin and my other 2 cousins, my other girl cousins, they're married, content. They're off in Lindsay, keeping to themselves, that kind of stuff. They have their own families now and that kind of stuff. Like that. My older sister is she is down now in Oshawa. Gone her own way a long time ago. Ever since our mom died, she went her own way a long time ago. But she was nice enough to send my mom's ashes up in a few pictures in a cross, but a little bit out. Anyways, she went her own way. She stopped contacting with me. I don't ever hear from her. Never did ever in my whole entire life. Once in a blue moon of Kentucky. So she's gone her own way. It's expected of. Of course, my dad went his own way a long time ago. That's what he chose. He didn't want nothing to do with me. He always made that clear. Clear as day. So I don't bother him. He don't bother me. that kind of stuff like that. But as far as my cousin Tony, the last time I ever seen him was when I was about 9 or 10 years of age. We were kids. Um, but yeah, but now I have no idea what he looks like today, or I got photos of him in a family photo. What he looked like when we were kids, or even when I was a baby. Um, but I have no clue what he looks like today. Um, I don't know if all I know is he was a lot of things too as well. He went to college, university. All I know is he became a doctor of venerologist. That's all I know. Other than that, I knew he was a musician. Um, I have no clue. I have no clue what he's into today, or even if he or did he transition? I don't know, from male to female. I don't know. I have no clue. I'd be okay with it no matter what, because that I'm almost going through that myself, and that but I don't know. I have not, like I said, we've not seen each other since last time we've seen each other we were kids. Definitely. Um, but it was comical. It was interesting because when my mother passed away, he had phoned me from Montreal. He was the first one to phone me to tell me. Then my older sister had phoned from Oshawa because she was expecting me to jump from here and go 6 hours down there right when my mom was dying. I couldn't do that. I couldn't get I couldn't get help with transportation. Nothing. And I couldn't get in and out. Definitely. It was too hard for me. And the condition that I was in, I couldn't just jump. She was not thinking straight that I was 6 hours away from Peterborough. And I don't drive. And I have no money. I had no money to get on a bus, two-way ticket down and back. Because I would have to buy a ticket down there, and I would have to bring the bus back, and go boarding a Greyhound under very stressful conditions. They don't allow that these days. Definitely not even then, not even 2017, because of what happened with that guy that was going to Edmonton, Alberta. That Greyhound massacre that happened. Before, if you're under any depression or anxiety depressions or whatever, they will not allow you to not even board a bus or an airline flight or a train. That changed everything. They're very heavy, securely, and cautious. Unless you're securely detained by a professionalist or a medicalist to go to and from. Other than that, they will not let you on the bus. They won't let you travel. I would get on from Owen Sound here, but yes, I would be detained and probably taken away in Toronto. Definitely. Because of how much stress I was under. I was not going to put myself in those kind of conditions. And people wanted me to put me in those people wanted to put me in the middle of those situations. Even the Salvation Army here was going to put me in that kind of situation because they were bitching because, we can't provide you transportation to and from to help you get to and from your mom's funeral or whatever like that, or to her bedside when she was dying, or to her funeral, because we have to cross districts. Because we were bitching about the Peterborough district or going into the Peterborough Salvation Army district. It was an issue. It was too much of a problem. They explained how it would be a problem because they're on CB radio and they have stickered vehicles here. And there they have stickered vehicles, and the Salvation Army there may not want them in their district, or because there's different zones, different districts. They may radio back and forth and actually try to run them out of their district if they seen a Wiarton van. And definitely, same with community living. If they had had kept me on as a client and didn't ditch me the way they did, they wouldn't be able to transport me back and forth with their van either because of the district, because the zone districts are different. There's some type of invasion problem, I guess, something like that, that they don't allow, unauthorized. Um, Definitely non-essentially would authorize something like that because they're on a CB system. Definitely. And that was the same time when they closed here when they denied my files. Definitely. And signed my files off and said they had nothing to do with me. They didn't. They tried to use an excuse they didn't know me when they did, just because they had a takeover. They didn't want to. They didn't want to. They didn't want to take on certain people or deal with certain issues. When it come down to a big issue like that, definitely they didn't want that kind of responsibility. And definitely so again. They backed out of my life a long time ago too, and they did it at the wrong time. They totally did it at the wrong time too, and the wrong hour. Definitely, and within the wrong year too. But yeah, there's my pet peeve on that one. But I'm not saying that in a bad or harsh way. That kind of stuff like that. Other than that, I don't socialize with many people here. Definitely. And like I know the Optimist Club, a couple of people at the Optimist Club offered to drive me down and back, but the guy I had to turn, respectfully I turned him down because he has a heart condition, and he's got a tin chip in his heart, and he can't do a lot of highway driving. He's okay on the highway, but he has to be careful because he's had a couple strokes behind the wheel a couple of times where his tin chip went out, and he had to go have it changed. He just barely is lucky person to survive those strokes, and I would not put my stress on him. Him and his wife, and definitely they run the Optimist Club. So yeah, that's the only other issue I had run into. Only other offer, and that's the only reason why I turned that offer down, for his own safety, because I knew the fact that she had identified that he had a health issue, and I couldn't put him through that. Definitely, I would feel bad if something had happened to him on the way down and it was an accident due to a heart stroke. So yes, I was just playing on all formats. I was keeping other people safe and keeping myself safe by not traveling the 6 hours. And my cousin from Montreal, he was going to do a round trip because he was going to come out here, pick me up, drive me down there, and then bring me back out this way, heading back. But he was in an accident with his truck at the time, and he was riding around on a wagon wheel, and it was no longer suitable for highway travel. And yet I didn't want to take him out of his way. So definitely, or he would have at that time was willing to go out of his way. And definitely, but then when my sister said that my wife was not welcome down there, I got thinking twice, or she said, or she was threatening that she had plans for me, that I wasn't coming back here. That scared the shit out of me, totally. She was very threatening about it, definitely. Because she's always been jealous of me since we were kids, and that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, I had lost respect and trust for even her. Indefinitely. So there's a lot of things that kind of discouraged me from even going. Definitely. Back down that way, back up going down to that and then coming back this way. But yeah, no, it is, the transportation just wasn't working out. Definitely. And like I said, my mom had to pass on at a very wrong time too. Definitely. she died in June 2017, but they didn't do her funeral until August for some reason. Um, Again, I had given my older sister authorization to handle all that, but that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, they cremated her and they put her in a little crosser, and then my sister sent up a couple pictures of family photos of her, and the urn and that kind of stuff like that, straightened stuff out, that kind of stuff. So everything was even between me and her, that kind of stuff like that. They need to be even, that kind of stuff like that. But other than that, she doesn't now. She doesn't talk to me, that kind of stuff like that. She doesn't contact me. I don't hear from her. Definitely, she does her own. She's in her own world. Um, the only time she comes poking out of the closet when she wants something. Other than that, she's the type of person you don't ever see her. She's more of a user that way. She'll use you. Definitely, you gotta watch people like her. She'll use you. Um, unless there's something in it for her. She's the type she don't want to fuck all to nobody. She only comes out when she wants something. That's a wrong attitude to have. Totally. Um, you know, like that's why I said like she went her own way a long time ago. She chose her path just like my dad did. You know, that's why I said my dad raised her well, perfectly. To be a hater, to be a trumpet like him, definitely. Um, Snob ass bitch, as she can be. Um, that's the truth. Um, a troll. Um, and I'm saying that in a polite way. Um, no, like that's the way she's always been with me since we were kids. She was always jealous of me, definitely. Um, if murder was legal, she bumped me off, totally. Um, she'd be the first in line to end my life, totally. I hope it never gets to that point. I'll tell you. Hey, Lil. Hey, going with the blankies. Keep it warm. We're gonna play hide and go seek, eh? Keep warm, yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to sorry this was not part of the session, but these are this is just educational topics, guys. Definitely. Um, how it just goes to show you people change. Sometimes they change to the good. Sometimes they change to the worst. They start off as worst, change to the worst. Sometimes they start off good, change to the worst, or sometimes the good change to the worst, or worst change to the good. Um, in different which ways or form they change. People don't stay the same forever. Um, when they know when they got what they want out of you, they go their own way. You never see them again. Totally. And the only time they come back poking around is when they're in a crisis or they want something. Other than that, they really don't care about nobody but themselves. If you really look at the deep end of it, they don't really have a heart. Like they claim they always do. Like I said, you can, a leopard can change its spots, but underneath he's still a leopard. He or she's still a leopard. They never change. It's just leopard with a paint job. Indefinitely. I'll be back in a moment, guys. Definitely. Back with you guys in a minute here. We'll see you in a moment. Look behind yourself. like to see how she's getting comfortable back there. It's to hide under blankets. But yeah, so those are guys are just education topics, just sharing some experience I went, I always go through that. So you guys see what kind of shit I put up with my whole entire life, um, and definitely, and I come this far as is. I'll tell you, like I said, my life was never so rosy and full of candy cane lane. I'll tell you, like I said, like growing up, like I had it, like I said, I had it rough, probably just as rough as anybody else would have it. I tell you, or had a harder life than a lot of other people would imagine. I tell you, yeah. In some of the also in some of these videos, kind of sessions, guys, I'm just giving you guys just giving some, basically just teaching on the way people can be like, definitely, and you don't ever realize it. That kind of stuff like that. So, it goes to show you they can turn on you. They can start being behind, being with you, or being for you, and then after a while they turn on you, because they got what they want, and they're content. Once they get what they want out of you, you don't ever see them again. Um, the only time they come back poking around is when they want something, or they want to create drama, illegal drama I'm talking about, or they want to cause a scene, um, and definitely, and they want to drag you down in the middle of it, or put you in the middle of all their propaganda, um, and definitely, or their jealousness, or they're jealous because, you know, if you're like me growing up, you get to a point that you're doing things for yourself, and they don't like it. They try to hold you back, and um, try to control you. Um, and they get mad, and they get jealous of you, um, and they literally rob you of your opportunities, is what they do. Um, you even if you get offered volunteer jobs, you get offered a job, they're right there to get you fired. They're right there to, you know, treat you like shit because they're jealous. Um, you know, and they always seem to get the fucking way. They always get the fucking way, because they rather listen to the jealous people than sit down and take the time to listen to you, um, or you know, um, or your side of things. They get to the point they don't care about your side of things. They rather take the bully side of things always, one that causes all the trouble and the hate. Um, like I said, they're more for the fucking trolls than they are for the person being victimized. I learned that a long time ago, growing up as a kid. Um, Even when it comes down to authority figments, they do more for the criminals than the victims. They don't give a shit about the victims. They're more worried about, you know um, supporting the criminals, and making sure that they have it good, or they have a royal life. Um, you know, uh, you know, they do nothing in nobody's justice or favor, in generally. That's I seen that even in the 80s and the 90s when I was growing up. Definitely. Um, you know, the people that actually would do stuff would get away with doing stuff, and it was the innocent bystanders that is not doing a single thing wrong that is falsely being accused every day. Um, you know, um, there is this is what I said, or you know, um, it is the trolls. It is the trolls out there. It is the pedophiles out there, um, that get their fucking freedom all the fucking time. Um, Never fails. Never fails. It's been happening way before I was born, since the 1950s and 60s. It's just the way the system operates, or our government operates. It's totally wrong. And you cannot say nothing against them. You can't. I hear these bikers threaten them. You can't even threaten them. Um, that's how well protected they are. And it is. I agree with the bikers. It is totally wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. Um, Definitely. But we're in society today. You cannot take matters in your own hands. I know. I have two nieces. Um, you know, um, I, again, there was a guy my wife used to go to school with that she's no longer in with, but has called here 2 summers ago before this pandemic even started. Um, Claiming he knew me and everything and the way he was going on and that. And I don't wish to know the guy. I've heard of him, but I don't wish to know the guy. Um, and I put a stop to that very quickly. That him phoning me, I put a stop to that very freaking quickly, because his sister was phoning here for a long period of time. And I told her straight out. I said I don't have people like that phone my line. I said I've got 2 nieces, and this guy was actually convicted and charged on 3 accounts. He was caught 3 times. He was caught twice in Cambridge, once in Kitchener, and once in Hamilton. Um, Indefinitely. And I told her, I said, don't give out our number. Don't have your brother phone here. Definitely. And I don't wish to know the guy. And then found out it was one of my wife's ex-boyfriends way before I met her. What she didn't tell me about, but at least she has learned to separate herself from some of these people, which is a good thing on that end of it. Because I told her straight out, I said, it's either them or me. I said, you know what? I said, because make use. I like I said, like I said, I can always go back LGBTQ, if I wanted to. Definitely. I was LGBTQ before. When I first started dating, you know, but back those days, everything wasn't fully legalized yet. So yes, we had to hide stuff. We actually had to hide. We had to hide everything. We shouldn't have had to, but we did. Again, it was not, like I said, it's not the first time I've been down that road. I'll tell you. That kind of stuff like that. You know, I I was wondering why the cab fares were cheap. For me, anyways. Definitely. He was definitely keeping the meter on under $60. Definitely. Especially for a city cab driver. I tell you, the meter would go ching 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 very quickly for normal people. No, not for me. He kept it at one flat rate. Definitely. But yeah, but then I heard he passed away of cancer, but just before my mom died. Um, but I was like, guys, I was smart. I use protection to stay clean. Um, Indefinitely. But like I said, there is a total difference. Like I said, but it wasn't like anything that I was doing anything under the dating age. And the guy I was with was not a minor, and I was not a minor. So again, I was over 18, and he was up, he was in his 50s at the time, or late 40s, and he was early 50. Well, just coming into middle 40s, not quite 50 yet. That's like in just when I was 18 or 19 in my 20s, definitely. Um, you know, um, but then yeah, I heard from my mom just to know it was in 2018 he had passed away, and that kind of stuff like that. Yeah, but yeah, so basically, yeah, so yeah, there's parts of me where no, I'm not normal, guys. I'm not straight. Um, it doesn't make me a bad person though, definitely. Um, you know, but like I said, like we were both legal age. Like I was over 18. He was like uh, what was it? And then I had two other guys in between there too. I mean, I was having fun. Hey, I tell you, talk about a trans cab. I tell you, it even included a trans cab too. Uh, Trans cab driver. Good thing I didn't. Good thing I didn't include an airline pilot. I tell you, I'd be flying around the world for next to nothing. Definitely. You see how much fun, more funner it is when you're LGBTQ and you're over the age of 18. A lot of people don't think about that. A lot of people don't think about that. But again, a Dutch friend of mine decided, he wanted me. He interfered with those relationships, and he tricked me in, and he was kind of said to me he was introducing me to another guy or whatever, and I found out it was an actually born, you know, cis woman at the time before I met this woman, and that's how I got when I came out here. I was in an area. I came to an area the first time when I came out here, um, where the town that I live in does not support LGBTQ. Um, and that kind of stuff. It's a very religious town, um, and I met my wife here, and I went back to. We both went back to Peterborough, and for a bit, and then we got married in 2006. And the cab driver started trying to come back around, definitely. But he was bringing me whiskey and wine. I tell you. So my wife didn't mind it. So you know, because you know, we were we were saying basically, I was born with two genders, but um, she understood that, so she was okay with it, um, because right now, because I'm not a I'm not full trans. Um, I'm half and half, um, non-binary, half and half. Um, so basically, she was okay with that. Even after we got married, I had a discount ride. uh, After getting into whiskey, I love that. I tell you. But yeah, I know. I know. Guys, I'm not trying to make a joke out of it. That kind of stuff like that. I do have comedy to me, guys. I do have a good sense of humor. Um, at times I can be a bit of a comedian. Um, I use my life experiences to make you guys laugh and that kind of stuff like that. Um, and then my one day ex girlfriend, I got a trip and that kind of stuff like that. And we had broken off on good terms. Then I met her when we came out this way, because like I said, this area is not, the town that I live in is not LGBT community. They don't support it. The churches here are very against it. It's totally wrong. I don't know why. Um, that kind of thing. It's only City Hall. When it comes down to Pride Day, will put up just for Pride Day, just to make themselves look good and support them. Other than that, the town itself, as they've been told me, they don't support it. Um, I'm not saying that there's not people here that are other people here that are LGBTQ, um, but yeah, again, a lot of them have had problems here, definitely. Um, it's not right, totally. Um, but no, but like I said, so I had met my wife here at the time, and I kind of stuff like that. Then I had left here, and then I came back here recently in 2010, and we've been going again. We've been here for together, so like close to 14 years almost. So and yeah, and she's okay with me transitioning. So um, this is why I said so when my time comes to transition, and I go through it and I come out. I'm starting to come out a little bit, but when I fully come out of the physical end of it, ready to go through it and physical end of it, yes, I am gonna come out as transgender lesbian. I'm okay with that. I'm totally okay with that. Definitely. Wouldn't bother me any. It wouldn't. I don't think ever be the first one. But she's not gonna. Again, if I can't use when I'm ready to go get the help to go change things with the courts with the just peace or courts or whatever. Um, I think I should stick with Felicia for my trans name because if I go with Evelyn, she's gonna take a heart attack. Because then I have to take on my mom. Then yes, I again even my last name will become a dead name, as my birth given first name. So yeah, so I would either come out as under my grandmother's maiden name or come out under my mom's maiden name as Cowdrey. Um, and definitely, even my middle name would have to change. So yes, maybe I would put Felicia as my middle name and put my first name as Evelyn. I don't know. I gotta get pissed off because I look like my mother. And everybody would like saying, "You're supposed to be dead." Um, I'm like, hey, don't rush it. Um, you just back off that now homophobic, transphobic mouth. That's what I'd be saying to them. They'd say something like that to me. I'll tell you. I'll say, don't insult my mother's looks. I'll tell you. I have that with pride. Definitely. I can't help it looking like my mother. Um, that's why I said it's the female genetic side of me. Like I said, I was born with two genders. I was born as male and female. So, when I'm ready to do away with the male gender, then the female is ready to shine through. Um, Definitely. So, like I said, yes, I would. So I'm the only one that yes would legally be able to go to a lawyer and take on my mom's name. Definitely not her middle name. No, the middle name would have to be different. But yes, but my middle name would be either Evelyn Felicia Fowler or Evelyn Felicia Cowdrey would be my trans name. Definitely. I haven't decided which do you want to go Fowler or Cowdrey? I don't know. I'm more closer to the Cowdrey than anything. Um, I would definitely carry on the Cowdrey last name totally. As a trans woman, yes, I would definitely carry on the Cowdrey name. Bring back the Cowdrey name. Definitely. I would never ever stay with the plain. Um, I'm sorry, but the plain last name has been defaced, been degraded a long time ago. Um, that kind of stuff like that. But in like my mom's maiden name and my grandmother's maiden name, they were the strongest names ever, genetically, ever stood. Um, for some reason, Plain has got a bad rep, totally bad rep because of stuff my dad did in the '60s and '70s before I was even born. Gave it a bad name. That definitely, I guess he cleaned himself up, which is a good thing end of it. But still, it's I never liked it. I never liked being assigned to it because they get me mixed up with him all the time. And he stole my first name. He stole Tim. So he assigned me at birth with Timothy. and then he ends up stealing it. So because he didn't like the name Kenneth, that's the only reason why he had come up clean out of his wrongdoings growing up. I know my mother explained all this to me when she was alive. I don't know how much of it was fishtails, but definitely. No, I would leave. Definitely, I have grounds right now to leave the Plain family or disown it. They already disowned me a long time ago, since I was 3, as young as 3 or 4 years of age. Definitely, he did. So, you know, that's what I said. The Cowdery side was more of my family than anything, because that's where the Cowdery fan. Like, I'm related to the Cowderies. Like my mom's main last name was Cowdery. I know she was a bit of a roughie, but at times, but I didn't know it was connected to an illness or whatever. But yeah, before I went out on my own, it was the Cowdery, the Cowderies were basically was my biological family that that my mother I went to my mother, not my father, during the divorce, and she went back to Cowdery. She when she divorced my dad, she went back to her maiden name. She dropped her marriage name. So technically, I'm more of a Cowdery than I am a fucking Plain, and that's what my dad don't like. Again, I've got my Uncle Sid's personality. He died a long time of cancer, but I tell you, as far as my temper and or my temper when I'm easily provoked or pushed, or speak in my mind, I take after the Cowderies totally. I've got my Uncle Sid's too much personality in me, definitely. That's what scares my dad. He don't like it. He's a weasel. Where my Uncle Sid Cowdery used to put it, he's a pussy. He can't fight his own battles. Definitely. He opens his mouth, or he dishes the shit out, but he can't take it back. And definitely, only part about me that I don't take after my uncle Cowdery was the dope. That's the only thing I don't do. But far as a Cowdery looks, like my mom's looks, and that it's in my genetics and bloodline, definitely. Far as the sense of humor, the hard ass end of it, or the getting down to business shit end of things, or being open minded. I take after my mom's side, not my dad's, definitely, because that's how I was raised. Definitely. So technically, yes, I am. I should get that changed. I should get that changed on everything. But again, like because because apparently my father hasn't been much of a father to me, anyways. So technically, all these years, I stayed under my biological birth signed last name. I'm tempted to go to a lawyer and have shit changed. Definitely. Everything right down to my gender totally changed. Because like I said, my dad's been too much since my mom's passed on. Yes, I would do it for my mom. Definitely. I always said I would. That's why I said my father was not much of a father to me. He was never around. He didn't give a shit. And you think I'm going to keep on a last name for a guy that doesn't consider me to be his son or whatever, and could never pay a cent of child support all my fucking life, never came to see me? No. I'm a technically, like I've always said since I was a child, and I couldn't change anything when I was a child, They said I had to be over 18 to change everything. And I had to be willing to do it on my own. I had to go back to the courts. I had to go get a lawyer. I had to go change shit. More fucking red tape. Definitely, and means I got to go through another fucking powwow. Fuck this shit. Hope it goes easy, but yes, it would change a lot of things. Yes, it would change. I have to find my wife's and I's marriage license because I have to change everything. Even if I change right down to again, well, I can get their attentions, whatever, if I can afford it. There's a lawyer that was close to my mom. She had a good friend from Oshawa. She's Jamaican nationality lady. He's a South African fellow. He lives in Toronto. He's a lawyer, but I don't have the money to pay him to change all this shit. Definitely, to even get a hold of him. All I know is I'm gonna give his name on here, anyways. I don't like to do this, but his name is Cuffy Barnes. Barnes. No, I get Burns mixed up with Barnes. He hasn't seen me for years. He knew me since I was a little kid. And he knows what my mom went through with my dad and everything else like that. And knows how much the guy was much of a father to me and how she used to hang out with his ex-wife and that kind of stuff. His ex-wife, here we go. Definitely. So he's familiar with all legal changes. Definitely. This is what I am considering. Totally. And I guess I can't say it's a safe time to do it. Safe times to do it. But nobody is helping me get the forms to do anything. Because we're in a pandemic, we can't even make appointments to get anywhere to see anybody over this. And also too, this is why I have to have a family support worker for this shit, and they all back off. They won't work with me. These fucking agencies walked out of my life just like he did. This is what I said, and I've not done nothing wrong to them, and they treat me like a bag of shit and shove me to the side of the fucking curb on the roadway, because they've got a fucking jealous attitude problem, and especially when I'm going through these changes, like this is a good time for them to fuck off, totally, definitely when I fucking need them, like holy shit, but yeah. So that way I'm doing things by the legal book. I'm doing things by the law. This is why I'm pissed off, because these workers weren't supposed to abandon me like this. No matter if there's been a takeover, if they don't know me, of course you're not gonna know me, because I transferred here from another city. My files haven't reached here yet, and they were just coming through when they had the changeover at the same time. And the same time, my mom passed away. And definitely, they never allowed them chance to get to know me. They just judged, and they just told me to get out of their office. That I had no rights to see a fucking family support worker. And I'm not going to. And the only one that'll sit with me, and I really don't want to go through her, is my ODSP worker. I would not want to put her through this heartache. Definitely, that'd be the last resource that I have to go through to change stuff. Definitely, when it comes down to that, if I was going to change all that. Other than that, this is why I'm holding off from doing any legal changes. Definitely, because I got to do the legal changes first. For the identification changes first before I can actually be identified. And that, but people are giving me a hard time. People are not working with me. This kind of stuff like that. They're not helping me with forms. They're not helping me with nothing. It's COVID. It is a COVID pandemic. All they're thinking about is their fucking self. Like these are harder times to go through these kind of changes, and they don't understand. They don't understand the situation with my dad in generally, and they want and now they want me to produce a divorce certificate between him and my mom. I can't get the divorce certificate, because the fact that only my dad can get that shit, because it was only between him and my mom. I was a baby. So how the fuck? I'm only going by what my mom told me. Growing up as a kid, and then experiencing the fact my dad was not in my life. And everything, the way she used to crack on me as a little kid, everything else like that, breakdowns, everything. Him never been around. My older sister never been around. The signs you're seeing today, they still don't want nothing to do with me. And I gave them many of those chances, definitely. They just don't acknowledge me as being as he does not acknowledge me as being his son, his oldest son. I'm the devil spawn to him. This is why I said I don't exist. So I might as well do the non-existing thing, and do what I'm ready to go through, and say fuck them. Legally change everything, right down to my gender, everything. Totally. So he's getting his wish. I'm out of his. This way, I'm out of his fucking goddamn life. Totally. Sorry to be harsh on that, totally, but he fucked things up for himself a long time ago. And for a minister that believes in thou shalt not commit adultery, he's been through 3 fucking wives. Definitely. Because he couldn't get the second one pregnant. Hey, guess what? He knocked up the third one. Definitely. But, sorry to have to bring that up, but that's how I ended up with step siblings. And at times they don't even talk to me. So, I can understand they're busy, but, but yeah, because he never raised me, they never really got to know me. So they claim they're not related to me. So, or he's got it drilled in their head that they're not related to me. So, whenever my doctor's done acting like he's the fucking queen of fucking Sheba, start picking back up on appointments again so I can get in to see him, that kind of stuff like that. I can make arrangements of going through these appointments or transitioning appointments, definitely, and see how much it's going to cost me and that kind of stuff like that. And I don't even know I'm going to get support. My wife says she's going to support me through it, but if I go through it, she's okay with it. But I tell you, I don't know if it's going to be covered by OHIP or not. See, this is I don't know. This is this is what's scaring me totally. And I know it's COVID times right now, and he's got everything. I can understand he's not at work, that kind of stuff like that, and he's not seeing any of us patients and that kind of stuff like that for anything. Even it's barely hard enough to get my acid reflux subscription refilled from him, but pretty soon, like my wife, the secretary told my wife, if I have to go on testosterone or whatever they call it, he has to take me off the subscription he's always subscribed me, my subscribed puffer, and he's got to change the actual subscription. Indefinitely, because it has to be legally subscribed. And so that way it's done legally, it's done properly. And my wife does not know where to go to get the chest brace or the tape, special tape you have to have for it. When if he's got to check in to see if there's going to be a coverage, if it's going to be covered or if it's not going to be covered. So guys, I'm just publicly not. I'm just again. I don't have parents to come out to, so I am publicly coming out in a public video. So just so you guys can see, it's easier for me to do it at my age compared to where somebody may still be living at home with their parents. Definitely, where in some cases it's harder. But see, with me, I'm laughing because My dad's not been around. He don't have no say. He walked out of my life a long time ago. Basically, he disowned disowned me a long time ago. So, like I said, and you know what? I grew up without him. Hey, I'm moving on without him. I'm just moving on to a better place. No, can't say better place. Moving on to a better lifestyle, more or less. I'll be still alive, yes, but I will be moving on to a better lifestyle that I should be in. Definitely. Now, my wife says she is going to be supportive of this, but I don't know. She says one thing and then she does the opposite too. So, um, I hope she's still serious about that. She says she is, um, but I said, like I said, it's COVID times. Like yeah, I haven't even gotten in to see him for my yearly visit for 2 years. Um, Definitely. Um, because this is how bad he is. Ever since this pandemic started, this is how bad he is. He's shut people out totally. Um, I don't know. I don't know if this means that I. And then now I'm hearing he's retiring. So if he retires, I'm screwed. I'm without a doctor. Um, I don't know if I'm automatically going to be referred over to somebody else, or I don't know how that's going to work, or if I'm going to be just again left without a fucking doctor. I don't know. Sorry to put it that way, because he's getting to a retirement age too, and he probably wants to retire. I know. Again, I tested negative for Huntington's disease when he tested me for that. He didn't even know what he was doing for that. Like, holy cow, buddy! Um, put in your retirement papers, will you? Um, I go to somebody. I'd rather go to a city doctor, have a city family doctor, somebody who knows what the frig they're doing. Holy crap! Um, but again, we're in times. What happens when you get crisis times like this when you can't non-essentially travel, um, and definitely screws everything up totally. And I know a lot of stuff. You'd have to go to. I do understand the fact that I'd have to go to Toronto, London, or even down to Montreal, anyways, for the specialists, wherever there's, when it comes into dealing with the specialist end of things. Um, One way or another, it's who's ever got the opening, definitely, and who's got the green light. Um, you go basically where they send you. Um, but yeah, um, but time. Like I said, like right now, times are risky. And like you said, if he's not retired by the time this thing is over, oh, then I have to wait till it's all over. They won't do anything in the middle of a COVID pandemic. They won't risk it. Um, so this is so again. This again another. So another again. I've got the hair. I got my hair the way I like it. I'm gonna let it grow. I don't want to cut it. Definitely, I don't want to be misgendered. Definitely, because like I said, I am slowly changing things over, but I can't legally change my Facebook, or I know it's a computer device. I cannot legally change my profiles or the gender on my profiles, or on anything, without consulting a legal lawyer or the courts. Definitely, um, I have to leave everything the way it is. Definitely until I get it, until I can get help to get in, to legally have things legally changed by legal professional people, um, indefinitely. Um, so I cannot legally by law I cannot change my gender on my Facebook, my YouTube. Um, not even on my I can't even change it on any legal government forms until I in a chamber before a judge and an actual lawyer, um, to to verify the changeover. Definitely on the paperwork of it, and definitely. And they won't do that until you've gone under surgery, or gone through any surgery appointments, or gone under any transenderal surgeries. Other than that, they will not legally change nothing. They will refuse to, and that kind of stuff. Of that, that I do know. I'm already aware of all that. Definitely, and that. That kind of stuff like that. But and no, I do not want a lawyer out of a Cracker Jack box. No, thank you. My dad already got one of those. Definitely. Look at him today. It didn't do him any good, did it? No, it didn't. In a way, yeah, it did. In one way, but I would not lift that on a high pedestal. Definitely. I think they both need psychiatric help. If you want my opinion, they should be both locked up in an institution, because he's a trumpet just like he is. Sorry to put it that way. But yeah, goddamn Trump supporter, I'll tell you. He's Canadian. I am. Oh man, I'll tell you, some of the shit he does pisses me off. Definitely. Oh, I'll tell you. But yeah, he disrespects our own country's leadership. I tell you, you know, but that's his choice. But yeah, he's for fucking Trump in the States. Like, man, I could take him for a ride in the back 40s if it was legal, but it's not. I tell you. I tell you, I'd be in my glory, totally. Honestly, I would be. But no, I'm not that mean. Definitely, I'm not that mean. I have to stay positive, like they all say on TikTok. I gotta stay positive. Definitely. We live in a world where we're allowed to agree, and we're allowed to agree to disagree. Definitely. Nobody disagrees with my videos. I tell you. Because then I won't be liking your videos. Two can play the same game. Definitely. I'm laughing, so I'm putting in a bit of comedy mode. Definitely. Also to the other way, I can't say I'm not going to have a better life, but I believe I will, totally. And the life I should be living, definitely. But like I said, other than that, yes, it's going easier. It would go easy for me, not a problem, because I don't, like I said, my mom's passed on. He's never been around. So, hey. Fair game. But yeah, so make sure though, guys, when I do come out as a trans woman and I do get a job in pole dancing, make sure you guys throw $100 this way, okay? In my pocket sockets, I'll tell you, guys. Okay, I might even give you a free kiss. You never know. Never know. And I'm just putting that in a good sense of humor, not a bad sense of humor. Definitely. Free front row seats. Definitely. Free front row seats to the people that are cute. If you're ugly, take a back seat, please. No, I'm just having a bit of a comedy moment at this point, guys. More or less, again, like I said, guys, I have a wonderful spirit, guys. I have Again, I have a wonderful spirit. Um, most of the time I am positive. I try to be positive, definitely. But I've been through a lot of hardship my whole life, definitely. So this is why I if I can make myself laugh or make someone else smile or make them laugh, um, you know, I still have my talents. Yeah, I still that's not going to change. My comedy is not going to my comedy talents are not going to change. Um, my live streams aren't going to change. Definitely. Just I'm going to change. That's the only difference. Because I'm already experiencing. I've been experiencing those changes since I was a child. Um, but yeah. But yeah. So those. But guys, those are my pronouns. So, um, and those will change too as well. So again, it'll be fully she, be fully she her them. Um, Indefinitely. But I cannot change, like I said, right now, because I've not gone under any, went through any surgery appointments or whatever like that. I legally cannot change anything on paper or government paper right now because they will enforce it to stay the same. Um, on all right now. Because until a doctor actually physically works on me and changes me physically, um, you can't change. They will not allow you to change even court paperwork, that kind of stuff like that through the courts, um, and that kind of stuff like that. They'll wait till a doctor actually put you through surgery before you actually come out. Um, before they actually um, legally verify you as being transgendered. Um, that I did check into, definitely. I'm like, I'm like, damn shit, fuck, totally. I wish it was so easy. Um, it's not that easy. Not that easy. Um, Again, a lot of red tape, a lot of crap to go through. That kind of stuff like that. Um, with the again, yes, you got to come face to face with the government. You may not, I may not like to, but yeah, you will. I'll have to. Um, you know, um, Everything has to properly legally change, that kind of stuff like that. But yeah. But no, like I said, my father brought this on himself. When he chose to walk out, and he abandoned me at 3 years of age. I'll tell you, Merry Christmas. This you like I said. I'm going to transform, if he likes it or not. Like I said, he don't have the say. So, like I said, he's not been in my life. He's not been my father. So, he's never been a father to me, anyway. So, and he can't be a father to me if he wasn't going to be a father to me as a child growing up. How the fuck does he think he's going to have the right to be a father to me at 40 years of age? Not happening. Not going to happen. He lost those privileges a long time ago. Um, Indefinitely. So, and my mom's passed on, and because she raised me, she would have been the only one who would have been allowed to be transphobic and try to stop me. Um, Definitely. She's dead. She's buried. She's ashes. A little bit of ashes around my neck. That is it. Um, you know. But yeah, she would have been the only one. She would have been the only one if she had been still alive. Would have had the right to stop me. Um, that was it because she raised me. Um, but because when she passed on, she did not have a will. She did not. nothing like that. She did not. She did not have a will. Nothing. She had no life insurance. She had nothing before the legal courts on what I'm allowed to do to myself, or to my body, or to myself, physically, um, or any physical changes, that kind of stuff like that I could experience and go through. Um, she did not have no will documentation, so therefore, she, because she didn't have any of that, she was not smart to have any of that. She there is really, um, there's no brick wall stopping me, definitely, and due to the fact that I am over the age of 18, um, indefinitely, um, and that so, um, and then the fact that I'm supporting myself. Um, Now, if community living didn't ditch me like everybody else and did not sign me off to caseload, which they did sign me off to caseload, and they've had nothing to do with me either, they don't have that power and authority either to stop me. Um, and definitely, so people that are strangers to me that don't even know me don't have the right to stop me. Definitely. Neither service clubs, nothing like that. It doesn't matter how much they like me. They're not my parents. They didn't raise me. So technically, any changes that I physically go through, they're not allowed to interfere with anything, because I'm over the legal age. So I'm over the age of 18. Now, clients that are open filed, that are being supported by a group home staff, yes, they got power and authority over them. They can stop them. Me, they can't. You know, it's just matter of as long as I'm going by the book, and that kind of stuff like that, and I'm taking things slowly, step by step, that kind of stuff like that. And again, like I'm planning on going for my doctor, if he's still my doctor, or I may have to go get a second opinion. I hope I don't. And that, and going through proper legal, government officials like lawyers, MPs, and that kind of stuff like that, and legally changing everything, which is going to cost me money to change, especially when it comes down to my birth certificate, my social insurance card number. Any benefits I'm on, definitely will, right down to the gender end of it, I will have to actually sign stuff. I will have to actually change stuff. Now, my mom's passed on, but it's going to be kind of hard too. Like that shit, definitely, I wouldn't be able to take on her name. Shit, it might be harder because she was on disability for a while. Shit! Oh, that's going to look sweet. It's going to be harder red tape. Shit. Holy fuck, I didn't think about that one. Holy Jones. I'd have to go Fowler. Fuck. That's okay. Definitely. I would yes, I would have to register my trans last name as Fowler, as my grandmother's last name. Calgary, and it's sticking. Unless my first name, trans first name is will have to be Felicia. For me to take on my mom's last name and the middle name. Put my middle name as Evelyn. Definitely do it vice versa, so it comes out to be legal. I was just thinking of that crap. See, even before she died, fuck shit up. Totally. Somebody in my family always got to fuck shit up. Never fails. Never fails. Definitely. Hopefully, like I said, like I tell you, appointments after. I will have to go to appointments after appointments. Definitely, so everything is done legally. Definitely, my wife doesn't understand all this. I don't think my wife never had to help anybody through all this. So it boils down to her helping me through this. Definitely, she said she was going to support me, stand behind me through all this. But I tell you, I'm doing this. Like I'm doing this with no support worker. I've got no family support worker that's supposed to be working with me. It's supposed to be helping me through this shit. Um, you know, no agencies to support me, that kind of stuff like that. Um, I'm trying to do this on my own, and my wife says she's gonna help me, but I tell you, she says one thing and then she doesn't do it. She wants to do something the opposite. So she wants to do things differently. Um, she can't comprehend and focus on one thing. Um, and definitely, um, this is why I said this is like this I'm gonna have to. I like this. This is where this is why I would have wished this agency never backed off totally when they did. Um, they had to stay working with me, definitely, um, because they're just gonna fuck. They're gonna fuck shit up worse, totally. Um, I hate to say it, but they are. They don't realize that they are. They are because again, they're not professional. They don't know what the hell they're doing. Um, Again, like they've, but and then they're quick. They're quick to get rude with you, definitely. Um, and nothing goes anywhere. Totally. And this is why I said I'm gonna have. Um, and other than that, I don't know how to apply for an LGBTQ lawyer or an LGBTQ trans right lawyer or an agency that's actually going to sit down and help me through this crap, or go through all these changes and that kind of stuff like that. Because my doctor's not going to help me when it comes down to legal forms and everything. I don't know anybody who's an actual PSW or DSW. That is it. That is actually with the LGBTQ community agency itself. Um, there is one lady, a trans lady from Pensacola, Florida, but she can't travel. That was going to interview with me and sit with me, but um, she can't because we're in a pandemic. She can't travel, but she was willing to travel, indefinitely. And if she was willing to go out of her way, and community living down the street are being snobs and they don't want to do nothing for me, like they can't work with me, but yet a worker from Pensacola, Florida, was willing to pay for a flight to come and visit me, like holy jumpers, like that's making the people down the street look retarded, definitely, or the workers down the street look stupid, like they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing, for one. You swear they're on dope or crack half the time down here. And sometimes I stop to wonder, um, what the hell is smoking down there? I'll tell you. But yeah, like, and she was one, and the one that I met on TikTok there, she was willing to go out, her and her boyfriend was willing to come out of their way and that kind of stuff like that. Um, you know, to sit with me and that kind of stuff like that. But during these times, because we're in a world global pandemic, people can't travel. I can understand that point of view. But before the pandemic even hit, what was wrong with a support worker coming to see me instead of being rude with me? Nope, they ditched me. They said, "No, we got nothing to do with you. We don't support you anymore. Get out of here. We don't know you anymore." We don't want nothing to do with you. Go fuck yourself. I got the finger. Um, totally. And that's how rude they get with their clients, how abusive they get with their clients. And they're allowed to have a license of operation. Um, no, so it doesn't drive with me on that one. It don't. Um, you know, um, just because they wanted to refuse my transfer files. Um, I wasn't good enough for them. Again, they threw my past in my face and everything. They third partied all my information in front of other clients. They talked about stuff with the doors open, everything else like that, and that kind of stuff like that. Now it's just me, just giving. Again, I'm just giving you my feelings and experiences. That's it. I'm not taking you into any detail. Really, I'm not trying to. Anyways, I'm not. Um, it may sound like that, but it's not that. Definitely. Um, but yeah, no, like this is why I said like this is why I said this community living agency pisses me off totally. Um, they're not professional as what they claim they are. They do. Um, they're crooked. Everything else like that. Um, you know, they favor the one person only. This is why I said this is why I said, and this other guy doesn't realize there's needs higher than him um, that he's taking them away from. Definitely. Um, but then they accuse me of just trying to get attention. I'm not trying to get attention. Um, they just want to be rude assholes with me because they didn't want to accept my transfer in. Is what it is. Um, they just didn't want to work with me. Um, that kind of stuff like that. Why? Because my mom's passed on. She was when they rejected me was the same time she was passing on in 2017. When my file hit here, and my father again denied me as being his fucking son. And I'm living here like holy shit. This is why, like I said, this is like he's nice to my wife's face, but he's an asshole towards me. Definitely. He's a prick with me. Totally. This is why I said like he's a snake. He's a total motherfucking snake. I hate to tell you that. He's a two-faced one at that. Thank God I didn't become St. Patrick when I conformed to the Catholic Church, because I'd be beating him off with the staff and kicking him out, running him out of town, like the Irish did. Run the snakes out of town. But no, I'm not that mean. Totally. But yeah, I don't know. Just sit back and wait, I guess. That is everybody's pet peeve. Oh, just sit back and wait. Just sit back and wait. Just sit back and wait. Well, I sit back and wait, nothing happening. Definitely. Like I said, agencies that were supposed to be supporting me, they're not supporting me. They ditched me a long time ago on their own accounts, their own choices. Definitely. They wanted to be rude with me, everything else like that. They again because especially when I'm changing, I'm going through stuff, or like I said, when my mom died. Oh no, they ditched me quicker at that point. And that's why I said Jack Allen in Peterborough is not going to be happy if he sees this video. Because I know he's on the internet. I tell you, he's probably sitting back in his chair getting all fucking ticked off. So did the lady that sent my files out here. She paid good money to send them out because normally you got to pay to release them. And she paid money to have them released. And she's probably not happy because they screwed her. Definitely, and it's not my doing whatsoever. I've got the rude shit end of the stick, definitely. I don't know what to do anymore. Totally don't know what to do anymore. Definitely. Yeah, we can all sit here and think about sunshines and rainbows and this is all going to get better, but I don't even have rights to a fucking family support worker, an agency, because they want a money gouge or they want to be paid privately under the fucking table. They'll work with you or they won't fucking work with you. This is what pisses me off. Because there's all this other pension going around, apparently called passport funding, that I'm not eligible for. I'm on disability, yes, because I have a disability, but I'm not eligible for passport funding. And the reason why they won't work with me is because I'm not out because I won't because I don't have passport funding. I'm not handing them over all my fucking money on a silver fucking platter. For them to work with me, or they can't make $500 fucking a day off me, like they're conning out of their other clients or their families, and not working for community. Find out they don't even work for community living. They're running a private system out of their fucking home illegally. Anybody can go to college and have a PSW course or a DSW course, but these people are leaving a government agency and working privately out of their home and taking money privately from families, and all of a sudden they're popping up with all this funding shit for their clients, and they're getting the clients get their full disability check. Half of them are get more working hours than I do on a program, and they get their disability check, full disability check, and they pay their rent for them, they pay their internet for them. That's great. The agency does, so they don't have to spend a fucking dime for nothing out of their disability check because community living pays for fucking everything for them. And yet there's people out there, they're losing their jobs, and the ones that are not on any pensions that have got jobs have lost their jobs and they can't afford to pay their rent, and they're being kicked out on the fucking street. During this pandemic, this is what we're seeing, and their clients are running for this. Their clients ran. Now, I didn't apply for the COVID relief fund checks that were going around. I was smart. I didn't apply for that because I wasn't going to screw up my pension. And yet they get passport funding. They're not working, but they got eligible for this recovery checks from Justin Trudeau. They're the ones that are taking all the fucking, getting greedy, taking all the fucking money. And yet there's people that are struggling. There's a guy that's on disability that's living out of his fucking car. And he's about to lose his car because his dad passed away. I'm not saying no names, but people like that are fucking suffering. I came close to friggin' suffering myself. I had to straighten things out when I lost my job due to the pandemic. I had to straighten things out with my ODSP worker to keep my pension, or I was heading out in the fucking ghetto, and that kind of stuff like that. But then you get these people that community living has declined me from my transfer, won't work with me. Shoved me off, but yet they've got clients that are not living at home with their parents. They're getting the ones that are home with their parents. They get that's fine. I'm not worried about that. But the ones that should not be getting it are living on their own. They get their rent paid for them. They get their fucking internet paid for them. They're getting passport respite funding fucking money, and then yet their clients have held jobs on job placements more days than I did, and still do all the way through this pandemic. They're getting all this fucking money. Then they're running to Justin Trudeau for the free, the stimulus COVID-19 recovery check. They all ran for it. because their workers told them to, because the workers told them it was free fucking money. Their staff told them that. Like, fuck, they're taking and taking and taking and taking and fucking taking. Nonstop. I'm not trying to sound like I'm complaining, but they're the ones that are harming the economy, definitely. And yet you see this other guy out here, a native fellow. He's out here in his fucking car. He's got no place to live because he was living with his dad, and his dad was his roommate, and he lost when his dad died. Of course, he lost his apartment because he couldn't afford to stay there, and then he went into a hotel room, and there's just him and his dog, and it didn't work out, and the guy at the hotel booted him out into his dad's car. His car left him. Sorry to have to share this, but there's COVID cases like that going on, even in a small town. And I know I see him every day. Sometimes he comes up here. Somebody he needs to use the phone. He's trying to straighten things out. He's going through red tape. But because these other ones are fucking getting greedy, because he's like me. No agency supporting him, won't support him. He has to do everything on his own. So everything comes out. He's just barely getting partially his disability check. I tell you, I came close to being back on the fucking street over a fucking black cat that I had to choose to get rid of. If I didn't get rid of, hey, I tell you. And I know even before I met my wife, I was almost on the street in the city of Peterborough when I first moved out on my own. So I know the feeling. But yet, then you got these people that are, going after all the, getting all this handed to them. And they don't understand that there's people more in need than they are. It's fine if they're getting their disability check all the way through, through the pandemic. That's fine. That's great. They should be paying their own rent. They should be, like I do, and their own bills. But they don't. They got an agency that's paying shit for them out of a passport funding service. This pisses people like me off, because I came close during this. I just barely survived in this pandemic because I came close being put out myself over a black cat that I had no choice but to get rid of it, and I love that cat. They did agree. I had to come to an agreement that yes, they were going to let me keep the dog, but I could not have the both. I had to get rid of the cat. And the cat was rare before the dog was, but I had I as much as I didn't want to part with the cat, I had to part with the cat. I did that to keep a roof over my head, definitely. And now, like I said, now they're okay. Like I said, they're adjusting. They're okay with the dog, because my wife takes the dog out every day, that kind of stuff like that. I don't go out unless I have to because the pandemic is getting so bad. But yes, there's a guy there's a native fella living in his fucking car that's about to lose his dad's car because he has to change insurance on it. He can't afford to change insurance on it. So he's driving around homeless in a car with no insurance. That's not even under his name. That he's trying to get straightened out. But yet there's these people that are getting all this fucking money. They're getting disability, they're getting passport funding, and then there's the same people that are even through this pandemic, they're working at the grocery store because they're still able to work because it's essential, and they only got a couple days a week, or at Tim Hortons, but and then they're running for the recovery money that's supposed to be helping businesses. I didn't apply for that because I didn't feel right applying for that because I wasn't screwing up my fucking income taxes. I played it smart. And I did my income tax fair and square. I wasn't gonna, when it comes down to your income taxes, Trudeau takes it all fucking back. Sorry, that's how the cookie crawls from the bag. The ones that go apply for that shit, they're in for a surprise when they do their income taxes. But yeah, like I didn't apply for that. So I played it safe. Totally played it safe between on good grounds with me and my this ODSP worker. I can honestly say that. And sorry to put this in a video lesson. Um, it's different if they're in a confined group home, where they have guardianship, or if they're hospitalized, or in a nursing home. That's different. Or living at home with their parents and they're getting the passport funding, and that's fine. That's understandable. I accept that. But but these people, the ones that are living on independently on their own, that shouldn't be getting it, is getting it on top of their disability check, and an agency is paying for them rent, and all their hydro and their internet, and they don't pay a dime for fucking rent out of their pension. And their workers tell them that their community living workers are telling them their whole disability pension is their money. So nothing is being paid out at their end, out of their pension. It's all coming out of this passport funding shit that's going around. Has been going around for years. It's been floating around. So technically, it's another pension on top of ODSP. That shouldn't be going around, but is. This is, and people like me that are doing things by the book, that's doing things right, are getting accused of having it when I don't have it. I'm not eligible for it. Definitely, all I get is just my disability pension. That's all I get. That's what I have to live off. I have to pay my rent. I have to pay my groceries. I have to pay my bills. I pay my internet out of that. I really have to sit down. I really have to budget stuff, definitely, to survive. Like I said, I'm just barely surviving myself, and I'm lucky that I came to good terms with the ownership of my building. I tell you, because if I didn't come to good terms with my ownership of my building, I didn't get rid of that cat, I tell you, I'd be out in a fucking snowbank. Definitely. I'd be joining Buddy out here in his car. Definitely. And my wife would be so stressed out, she'd be running the other way back out to her mom's. Definitely, because I can't live on a First Nation reserve. I was born on a First Nation reserve. I can't live on a First Nation reserve because it won't let me. Definitely, because I was born on one, because I wasn't raised on one, because I was born with mixed nationalities, and because the fact that I was mixed with two genders, male and female, they will not let me live on a reservation of any kind, any Native reservation. It's something to do with their treaty. I don't know. I don't know how. I can't remember how it works. My dad's mother was First Nation. She was Mohawk. The same. She lived on the same reserve, the residential hospital I was born in. Definitely, because like I said, at the time, Napanee was not equipped to deliver babies and that kind of stuff like that. And they rushed my mom through Dazerano, and poof, out I come. But no, did they stick a war bonnet on me when I was a baby? No, man. Did they take pictures of me? No. They did not. Talk about culture appropriation. Definitely. So, again, they at first they brought me out in a pink blanket, and they said, "Oh, it's a girl," and the native says, "No, Indigenous, he's a boy." So therefore I was born with two genders. That's why I said I wasn't. I was not happy with the gender I was assigned at birth, but that kind of stuff. I'm not going to go too much into that part of it. But my mom was grateful that they, for some reason, she didn't like the fact that they wrapped me in a First Nation blanket of actual buckskin. My mom wanted to keep the pink blanket on me. My mom's weapon now. Oh no! It's a girl! It's a girl! It's a girl! I don't know. Definitely. Technically, I should have been a girl, but there's too much. Again, with the times we're in, people more. There's more and more stereotypes against this. Totally. I don't know why. There's our point right there. There's too many transphobic people. Shut up, drink 7-Up, and throw up. Give up. The way I put it, definitely. Um, but yeah, there's my birth. There's my birth story. My birth story. If you wanted to hear it, definitely. So I don't stress myself out. I don't put myself under any depression. Uh, this is why I put it into a bit of a comedy routine, because if I can make myself laugh and make people smile, make other people smile, um, it puts a smile on a lot of people's faces. Uh, to know that they're not alone through this, even the trans community knows that they're not alone through all this. Um, that in a way, yes, I was born of two genders. I can admit that. Um, some people are just shy about it, and some people are just not ready to speak out about it. Um, I'm coming to that point, definitely. Or my lifestyle, you know. So it shares why I wasn't happy with my lifestyle, definitely. Um, Now, Deseret again. Um, even when it comes down to Deserano, because that was my birth. That's the reservation when I was born on. If I went down that way, I could live on Deserano, yes, but I would not be, because the fact I am mixed, born both genders, male and female, mixed nationalities. I was born here in Ontario, Canada, on a reservation, and because the fact I did not grow up on the reservation and I did not go to a residential school, um, I am not. Apparently, I am not have no rights or entitled to qualify for First Nation status, which is I do understand any of that, um, and I can see where their strict policies are, and the treaty is on that, definitely. But it's not saying that I don't have it in me, definitely. Um, you know, but if I transition, it changes all. I don't know if that changes all that, or if that would actually stay the same. I don't know. Um, I've never asked that question. I've never ever, and I respect not to ever ask any trans woman that question, because I don't know if they would actually have an answer to that one. They may have, they may not. I don't know. Um, Indefinitely. I don't know if there is any other ones out there that's like me that um, before going through what they went through, if they were like me, born of mixed nationalities, on top of being born with two genders, or if any of them even had any native in them or not, I don't know. Um, in general, oh shoot, it's in the morning already. Man, I better shut up soon. I gotta go to bed. Um, Again, I'm acting like I'm on Bigo. I'm on YouTube. This is a longer video, man. This is gonna take longer to publish. Wrap this up here soon, guys. I think that got out of bed. My neighbors are probably laughing. Probably saying, "What the fuck is he doing on fucking live stream at 3 in the morning?" Time to go to bed. Um, Definitely. The night's getting good, and I've drank too much vanilla coffee. Definitely, it's only coffee. Definitely. Um, but yeah, I gotta, yeah, I'm wrapping this shit show up here now. Definitely. But yeah, I just wanted to share that, guys, with you. I know we went into a very deep topic. Definitely, I was not trying to be harsh um, about anything. Um, but those are just my feelings on things. Definitely. Um, but yeah, but no, like I said, like this is the way I am, guys. Get used to it. Um, you know. Um, but yeah, I just wanted to share some positive thoughts for you guys. And definitely, I'm gonna watch TikTok, because somebody's got a smart comment, throws up a smart comment video on the For You page every time they see me on YouTube or something like that, because I know they follow it. Then they make up a funny comic video to relate to when I was just live. Definitely, I got to see those. Um, I don't mind it at all, because I've got a good sense of humor. Um, as long as they're not trolling or bullying, I'm fine with their comment video on the For You page, considering it's not rude, it's not arrogant, it's not trolling, it's not cyberbullying. Definitely. And then you all know they're just being jackasses. Totally. Uh, definitely. It's social media. What do you expect? You gotta have some type of fun, enjoyment. Definitely. Um, but yeah, so thank you guys so much for tuning on in. Definitely, guys, I'm behind getting the chess games going. Definitely. I will get those going soon. I guess I'm gonna play me, myself, and I, or if I can say me, myself, and Irene, or Eileen, or me, myself, and Felicia, uh, and that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, I know there's a lot to digest, but definitely, you know, like I said, what 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 can you do when you're told by a shoe? No, just kidding. Uh, Man, I tell you, Canada Day starting already. Definitely life from home already starting. I tell you, I've got more life experience comedy guys. Definitely that I can share with you from my own past lifestyle. Definitely, that's the only way. In a good way is if I bring it up, not in a bad way, but in a comical way or whatever. Um, you know, that's going to cover this July 1st and that kind of stuff like that. Again, I'm going to try. Again, no, I'm not even be able to do it, but we will not have the fireworks live on the home digital video. I hope we can. Well, we'll see whether we can work it out. Definitely. Um, if not, it's gonna be it's gonna be cool. Probably just be this. It won't be the actual see the actual video. It'll just be the sound in the background. Definitely. Um, and then, guys, after Canada Day, guess what starts? Haunted Hunter's Cabin. My good old Camp Northern Lights days. I tell you, we're gonna do it different. We're gonna do it different this year, guys. Definitely than most years and how I started it. And I think I scared you guys enough on how we started it. Again, it's still gonna be a little bit frightening. Again, still 18 plus. You never know how frightening it can get. It has a mind of its own. Definitely. Again, to keep my mind off of being depressed. Definitely. Myself. Or going through anxiety, depression, that kind of stuff like that. So I'm keeping myself well occupied and entertained, and also hopefully keeping you guys entertained as well. Definitely. That kind of stuff like that. So thank you guys so much for tuning on in, guys. Definitely. Again, no clue. Again, I don't. Again, we can't have people here, so we cannot do a game of Clue or Monopoly. Definitely on the Monopoly, guys. Definitely. If my TikTok cameras are working, I will go live on TikTok, and I will do 60-second videos on TikTok as well. Considering my camera TikTok's up and down, like there's no tomorrow now. Definitely. My TikTok camera is being too transphobic. It's opening and closing down. 1 minute I have a video camera to go live and do 60 seconds, and then that next minute it gives me the finger. Tells me to go fuck myself. So definitely I will do that. A wonderful world of electronics for you. Definitely. But yeah, if I get it working, guys, and it's likes to again at times it's going to behave itself, I will go live and do 60-second videos. All I can do now is just watch people's videos, that kind of stuff like that. But thank you guys for tuning on in, guys. Definitely, and putting up with me. Definitely. Also, too, I will be doing more YouTube videos. Definitely. So, I hope you guys have a wonderful night, guys. Definitely. And now we'll catch you guys later. Bye for now. Bye, Felicia's.